Well, good morning. Welcome to the Bristol County Ground for this last phase of the championship season. Good morning from Ian Randall. Good morning from Ed Seaborn.
Good morning.
And amazing to think that I think it was the 20th of May when Gloucestershire last played a red ball game here in Bristol. And here we are now for the last four matches of the season. Two at home, obviously, in the Northants one, which starts this morning, and the last round of the season is here against Durham. And if you haven't caught up on matters regarding the championship in the last 48 hours or so, the Durham game in this round against Surrey has been called off because of a COVID case amongst the Surrey squad. So the only other match in this section is between Glamorgan and Essex at Cardiff. But of course, these groups formed after the first 10 rounds. So Gloucestershire, I say, in with Northants, Glamorgan, Essex, Durham and Surrey. They won't play Surrey, of course, because they played them earlier in the competition. And the table at this point, with 4 rounds to go, looks like this. Essex have 19, Northants have 16, Surrey have 13, Gloucestershire have 12, Glamorgan 11.5, and Durham 4, because it's based on the points you've carried forward from the first 10 matches. News here is that it is overcast, it is dry, the forecast is for it to stay dry and indeed very cloudy all day. I wonder if, Ed, that was why Chris Dent, when he called correctly this morning, said we'll have a bowl.
Yes, there appears to be a tinge of green to the pitch as well, so I think that also playing into Chris Dent's thinking, along with the potential for being in control of things come the last innings of the match, which has been something that we've talked about, certainly because it's been talked about by the Gloucestershire camp as well.
In terms of chasing last, it's the feeling is, as they proved both in the win against Surrey and the win against Leicestershire, more difficult to bowl a side out in the fourth innings here than to chase a potential total. The teams, I'll give you the Northants team and Ed will give you the Gloucestershire team. The Northants team, they named 13 and they've left out the two youngsters, James Sales, son of David, and young teenager Ethan Rice, who James Sales had played some List A cricket but no first class, and Rice hadn't played in any first team cricket at all. So their batting order will be Ricardo Vasconcelos, Emilio Gay, so two left-handers at the top, and indeed Luke Proctor at 3, also a left-hander, Rob Keogh, Harry Gouldston, who played in the abandoned game here at the end of last summer, which didn't get beyond the first session, Saif Zabe, Adam Rossington, and then the bowlers really after that: Tom Taylor, Simon Carrigan, Ben Sanderson, who's their leading wicket taker, and Jack White. Now Gloucestershire named 14, including Zafar Gohar, the Pakistan test spinner, who we were told will make his debut, and of course he will play in all the 4 matches as Gloucestershire's overseas, assuming he doesn't have an injury of any sort. So he is in, but who's he in with, Ed?
Well, the team news in general is that Price is in, but there's no Sales. So the Gloucestershire lineup, it's been given to us in an order which we're not entirely sure whether this is the batting order, but I'm going to give you the Gloucestershire lineup as we've got it. So Ben Charlesworth, Miles Hammond, so that's the opening combination that we've been given. James Bracey, Chris Dent has been listed at 4, according to the lineup that we had, but as you can see, that's been changed now by the wonderful graphics that we've got. So Dent, Charlesworth, Bracey, Lace, Van Buren, Higgins, Hammond, Zafar Gohar making his debut, and then the seam attack of Matt Taylor, Jared Warner and Tom Price. So the order that we've been given, we suspected was not as it's going to happen. We'll wait and see on that, I think.
But Miles Hammond at 7, if that is right, that's somebody was going to have to bat down the order, but Hammond batting below Higgins would be an interesting selection. Umpires are Ian Ramage and Steve O'Shaughnessy. and Chris Dent leads out the Gloucestershire team. And Northants, I say, with two left-handers at the top of the order. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who we assume won't keep wicket. Northants have got three potential wicket-keepers in their team, but you would think that Adam Rossington would probably keep when it comes to it. And Emilio Gay alongside him at the top of the order. In terms of their batting this season, 22 batting points in the championship. Vasconcelos has got 700 runs at 47, and Emilio Gay's got 100, but he hasn't got much else apart from that century. So Gloucestershire will be looking on what is a very central strip for this match. Probably couldn't be, in fact, more in the middle of the playing area with big boundaries on both sides. And Ryan Higgins will open the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Small crowd in at the moment, but people will tend to filter in. It is a bank holiday. I mean, I must confess, traffic was pretty clear when I made my way to the ground this morning, but it is a bank holiday weekend. Some perhaps people coming back from holiday, some people perhaps even going away today. We'll see if the crowd does grow during the day. So Vasconcelos on the strike, and 10 second slip.
So we're going to start very promptly at this rate at 10:58, and Higgins is already taking his final warm-up run.
Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire at this Ashley Down Road end. Welcome you wherever you're with us from, whether you're in the city of Bristol or further afield, home or abroad. Back to the red ball cricket, and here is Higgins on the leg stump, first delivery, and clipped away into the leg side, fielded at mid wicket. Now I would say that was George Scott out there.
I think it's Charlesworth.
Oh, it's Charlesworth with a he must have had a haircut then, because normally the hair would be out of the back of his cap, and it's not today. Higgins has got three slips round the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, and that's up to Chris Dent at mid-off. Yes, it is Charlesworth, that's quite right. That, as soon as you saw him turn, he's a bit like Scott. He tends to wear his jumper sleeves right down over his wrists, almost as if he's pulled them down that way. And I'd say, but
he had the stance of a Charlesworth. That was how I recognised him.
Higgins, that's a better line, and taken by James Bracey. Back with the gloves. Interesting to read about Joss Butler being out of the Test match that starts later this week, and David Bairstow's son, David Bairstow's son Johnny, will keep wicket. And it was listed the people who've kept since Bairstow last kept, and of course Bracey is on that list. Higgins in the first over of the morning, in, and that was squeezed away down to Matt Taylor down in front of the corner of the man stand, the pavilion end of the ground. And there's the instruction. You can download our free app, of course, the free Gloucestershire Cricket app. And the board off naught, and the taller figure of Emilio Gay to take his first ball. Waits for Higgins to bowl to him. That's a nice line. Just drew him forward. That's the line that Higgins will be looking for. He got a century, of course, batting in the seconds last week, but he's been away with the Welsh Fire, where he didn't perhaps get as much of an opportunity as he might have done. Let's put that politely.
Look at the replay, the last delivery, a beauty from Higgins. It angles in and then just holds its line, and that's why Gay was beaten.
Gay waits in quite a high backlift, that's down the leg side, and a little bit both sides of the stumps in the first over from Higgins, but He got one exactly where he wanted it. And Northants are up and running. They've, as they've been put in this morning, their season overall, they were 4th in the 3rd group. 3 wins, 4 draws, 3 losses, and one of those losses was by 1 run against Yorkshire. And I haven't done the maths, but I wonder what the group would have looked like if that result had gone the other way. They might have actually got into the top group.
No, that's right. I hadn't actually myself done the maths, but I had, as you do, you look at the opposition side's form and you think perhaps what might have been if they'd managed to get over the line in that one, because it would have changed a lot, because it was quite near to the start of the season. They did win their next match after that happened, but then Yorkshire go into the second game of the head-to-head against Northants with a completely different mentality, because they've probably got to win that match then, rather than the fact that, rather than it being that Northants were the team under pressure. So here's Matt Taylor taking the new ball from the Bristol Pavilion, and he's in and bowls, and there's a loose drive from Vasconcelos without a great deal of foot movement. And Matt Taylor in the first delivery fairly wide and drawing Vasconcelos into that drive.
That's the view from the camera at the pavilion end. Oh, yeah, well, that was very wide, wasn't it? Even a biggish stride and he wasn't going to reach that.
Here comes Matt Taylor over the wicket. Oh, as you might expect, as there's a drive of the inside half, and that's going to skew away down towards long leg. Higgins around off the boundary to pick up, and they've come through for 2. Vasconcelos moves his score up to 3 in 3 without loss, but 2 rather unconvincing drives, which will interest Matt Taylor for sure, because he's come out looking to play his shots early here by the looks of things, Vasconcelos. And you'd have to imagine bowling conditions at the moment are as good as they're going to get. Matt Taylor in, and that's a drive. There's nothing loose about that one. That has been caressed through the covers for 4 by Vasconcelos, who moves up to 7.
And a nice shot to bring up your 3,000 first-class runs, which is what he's done with that.
It's just closer to him and a little bit fuller. I'm sure Matt Taylor would say still not without risk early on, but he controlled that one so much better than the first 2, which were much more flashy looking drives. Matt Taylor is in and bowls, and a forward defensive this time by Vasconcelos, who is looking for the single, but straight to cover. 3 slips in place for Matt Taylor, but they've elected to go for that fielder at cover to start off with, so not just allowing Vasconcelos to drive as he sees fit, and also push that ball into that gap for an easy single. Matt Taylor past the umpire bowls, and forward once again Vasconcelos playing defensively into the covers, and he will score his runs at a fair clip. Vasconcelos, he's not your Dom Sibley type opening batsman.
No.
He's going to play his shots, and he certainly played his shots with good success this season. 2 scores in excess of 150 for Vasconcelos, as Matt Taylor is in and bowls, and that's driven away through the cover point region, not quite timed as well as the first one. It will be hauled in by Tom Price. They'll take 2, and that's all, as Vasconcelos almost trips over backwards over his own bat. But a couple of runs taken, and a very profitable over that's turned out to be for Northants, as we have a look at a slow-mo of that perler of a delivery from Ryan Higgins. He's a bit closer to the outside edge than I thought it was, actually. I thought he'd missed that by quite a distance, but wasn't too far off the outside edge. But 8 runs taken off that over from Vasconcelos. He'll be pleased with that. At the same time, Matt Taylor had a couple of deliveries which would interest him as well.
Yeah, just looking at that was Tom Price and Zafar Gohar doing the fielding there, and Gohar is at cover point here as it's clipped away by Emilio Gay as Higgins starts a new over from the Ashley Down Road, and they've come back for 2. There could be quite a lot of threes run on this ground during this match, and there was that. It was almost like a 2.5 almost for that last clip in the last over. Bit of relay fielding stopped the 3rd run, but the square boundaries really are very long. Both sides.
Outfield seemed quite fast though, faster than I might have expected.
11 for no wicket. Here's Higgins in, and Gay gets caught on the crease, and that's struck him a painful blow. That's wanders away. You can see that as we get to this time of the season, there's quite a lot of wear in the ends of the square, right across the square in fact, but this pitch has obviously been used before. See how it plays. Higgins over the wicket to Gay, and that's clipped nicely away through mid-wicket, and that will go all the way for 4. He timed that pretty well. A bit too straight from Higgins, having come from around the wicket to over the wicket. And Northants have come out positively here. That's a slightly slower ball, but as I say, Gay was able to just move that front foot across and clip it off his pads. Warner, Dent and Lace are the slips for Higgins, and he does go past the outside edge here. So he's bowled 1 in each over to Emilio Gay, which have been really in the slot. Exactly where Higgins would want it.
In the championship slot,
yeah,
rather than the rather than the T20. Actually, the previous ball was in the T20 slot, but this one just left Emilio Gay a little. I mean, it's hard to tell whether that was just carrying on with the angle rather than swinging in, or whether it did just nip a bit off the pitch, but a good ball.
Again, closest to the stumps, and just played quietly away by Gay on the offside. Yeah, 15 for no wicket in the 3rd over. Perhaps Northants have still got the Royal London mindset here. They're not going to get bogged down.
Certainly both of these batsmen's strike rates this season, they've been scoring at well in excess of 3 and over, both of them.
Okay, once more, and that's edged and just in short, I say just short of Dent. It might actually, that's Hammond actually, that second slip. Did that catch him on his wrists? Let's have a look. There's not acute disappointment there. First thought was it probably carried, but actually looking back at the replay, I'm not sure. 15 for no wicket it remains.
Yeah, I must say I was with you. I thought that it had carried, but I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to slow that one down at home to tell us. Here's Matt Taylor in and bowls. Vasconcelos plays that one off a firm push forwards into the covers, and it's brought under control eventually out in the covers, but early edge found, and it's been an exciting start, this one.
I wonder whether Shane on his computer can slow down that last chance.
3 slips go down. Matt Taylor bowls, and Vasconcelos withdraws the bat well inside the line of that one. There was a bit of an oi, but I don't think he ever really had a concerted think about playing at it, just moving the bat well inside the line of the ball. So left-handed top order players are very much the theme of this match, with Luke Proctor also left-handed up the top of Northants' order, and potentially 4 left-handers to open things up for Gloucestershire. So that's a bit further back of a length from Matt Taylor, and Vasconcelos has to go up into his toes to play that one up to Chris Dent, who's fielding at mid-on, and Jared Warner is the first slip fielder. We saw him field in the slips when he came on as a substitute fielder right at the start of the season, so not too much of a surprise to see him in there, but at the same time it's not too common a fielding position for a fast bowler. Matt Taylor bowls, and Vasconcelos guides that one into the leg side, fielded by Charlesworth just in front of square, but he obviously felt that was one of those ones where if that had been missed, then the umpire's finger would have been going up. So far, Matt Taylor keeping things tight this over, and I think that's going to be something which, if nothing else, you've got to try to build the pressure on these two that way. Taylor bowls, and this time Vasconcelos definitely did play at it, and I think to start with he thought he might have a drive down the ground at this one, then ended up trying to play it more defensively, but it was just on that line just outside off stump, angling in towards him. He felt he should play at it, but
it's probably fourth stump, wasn't it? If he'd have left it, it wouldn't have hit.
Last ball of the over, Matt Taylor bowls, and that's squirted through mid-wicket in the end by Vasconcelos, and a good over from Matt Taylor. It's a maiden, 15 without loss after 4 overs. Still been a positive start for Northants, and as I say, I just think that when you look at particularly this season, but when you think in general about the type of players that these two are, I don't think either of them are going to want to get bogged down at any point. So if you can keep things tight against them, then there might be a rash shot round the corner. That's what Gloucestershire will be thinking anyway.
Yeah, certainly. I say Vasconcelos is Northants' top run scorer in the championship. 716 runs at 47.
Yeah, I think he's 6th in the country.
Higgins will continue from the Ashley Down Road end, and Gay plays that into his pads, which those behind the stumps wouldn't have seen. That's where there was the yelp. If you have joined us since the start, Northants put in by Gloucestershire. From the 14 that Gloucestershire selected, Ian Cobain, Jack Taylor and George Scott were the 3 who were left out. Here's Higgins. Oh, that's a nice line. Not much bounce there, though. That was taken quite low by James Bracey. He's just trying to find the one that it's almost the off cutter that goes away from the left-hander.
Almost moved too much, that one.
But it is quite overcast and sort of muggy kind of morning, which might mean that the ball will move in the air a bit. So Zafar Gohar is out at extra cover. When the club announced his signing, I think you and I had a call about it, Ed, and said, and it's almost like an extended trial, isn't it, this? So it's almost a shot to nothing, both from the player and the club, and Gay's just pulled out there as Higgins came in. You know, if it works, you know, you've got an introduction to an overseas spinner potentially for next year, if that's the way the club wants to think about overseas signings. Do we want to find a slower bowler? And if it doesn't work, you've lost nothing. We've lost less. We've lost comparatively little, one might argue. Single from Gay into the leg side. Charles has run over the ball there, so Van Buren did the backing up.
Yeah,
and Vasconcelos has not had a lot of Higgins to face lately, so Will he now stay over the wicket? He started around the wicket in the opening over, but by and large, Vasconcelos has been facing Taylor at the other end. Here's Higgins to bowl to him, and that's again full and in a position where Vasconcelos can only defend. So you've been looking at that.
Well, I was, yes, but I wasn't going to. I was just going to say that a lot of the thinking as far as Gohar going forward is dependent on when we're playing these matches as well.
Higgins in and left outside the off stump by Vasconcelos. I mean, there has been end of the over 16 without loss. There's been a lot of discussion, and I've heard some writers talk about it, and indeed radio pundits talk about it as well. The concept that the Royal London Cup will be moved and played where the old Benson and Hedges was at the start of the season, and you push the championship back further. And here is the replay of the edge to Miles Hammond off Emilio Gay. I think that's carrying.
Yeah,
you know.
I've slowed it down as well, and I think it has carried too. It's not absolutely easy to tell even when you slow it down, but just judging the trajectory of the ball that you can see more clearly than the point where it hits the hands, I think it did carry. Matt Taylor bowls to Emilio Gay, who drives beautifully through extra cover. He's not timed it perfectly, and you're going to have to get it to that long boundary out there probably. It's been stopped just diving away. Graham van Buren in the distance has brought it in, but they've come through for 3. And once again, the outfield a little quicker than I'd thought, because I thought you were really going to have to belt it to get it to that extra cover boundary, but almost made it, and he basically just stroked that. 19 for no wicket, as Emilio Gay moves up to 9. 10, beg your pardon, as that one has just beaten the outside edge. I think he did play at that, Vasconcelos. He tried to make the motion of the leave afterwards, but I don't think he was fooling too many people, particularly those behind the stumps. A lively start. There's been something on offer for the Gloucestershire opening bowlers. Matt Taylor in, and that's knocked into the leg side off the back foot by Vasconcelos, who took one hand off the bat to help him guide that one down. But at the same time, when Northants have driven the ball with success, they've made it look fairly easy paced actually. We saw a couple of really quite lively green seamer friendly surfaces here in the Royal London Cup. Lancashire in particular made use of a surface like that. Matt Taylor in, and that's back of a length, left alone this time by Vasconcelos. It doesn't make it through to James Bracey very high at all, and it doesn't at the moment look like a slow surface, but probably by days 3 and 4 you'd have to think it will be getting quite slow. But equally it doesn't look as pacey as, say, that Lancashire surface did, so they are making it look quite easy paced at the moment. Taylor bowls, driven hard through cover point for 4, and Vasconcelos did not even take one step down the pitch there, just carved his mark out again, and now just dabs the pitch a couple of times. Matt Taylor inviting the drive, and Vasconcelos gratefully accepting the invitation.
Yes, really, he's moved on to 13, but I would think a pie chart at the moment would show almost everything played through the offside.
Yep. 23 for no wicket. Matt Taylor in and bowls that one a little straighter. Vasconcelos works it to mid-wicket, and the end of another expensive over. 7 from that one, and it's either been kind of feast or famine as far as this start's concerned. We've seen some very tight overs. We've seen some very profitable ones for Northants as well. 23 for no wicket after 6 overs. First mini break here for a couple of drinks and some sanitizer to come out.
Just to pick up on a point we didn't quite finish about you were talking about Zafar Gohar and Gloucestershire's thinking for next year. It is right, of course, that a lot of it will be based on what the ECB decide with the structure. Where does the Royal London Cup sit? Where do the championship matches go? Will there be championship cricket, for example, in August, which has been a clamour from several of the leading cricket journalists in whatever format?
Certainly, if you're going to have championship cricket at the height of the summer, that encourages counties to prepare turning surfaces and encourages, I suppose, Gloucestershire maybe to look at signing an overseas spinner.
Higgins into Emilio Gay, who just defends with no weight of shot out in into the onside, fielded by Charlesworth.
But it's certainly exciting to see an overseas spinner, always.
And not somebody I knew a huge amount about, I must be honest. He's just played the 1 test and the 1 ODI. And here is Higgins in, and again that's just finding not as regularly as he wants, but generally once in each over at the moment. He's finding the Jaffa which won't quite take the edge. Again, that's a lovely line. Good carry too through to James Bracey on that occasion. One kept a little bit low earlier on. Gay drawn forward once more. And the thing about Gohar is, yes, he's played, say, 1 test, 1 ODI, but he's played no county cricket at all. So he's been playing, I believe, league cricket over here. So much as Graham Van Buren did, where before Gloucestershire signed him, he was playing league cricket when he was over in England. But he does have a reasonable bank of first-class cricket behind him. And they drawn forward. He appealed chiefly from behind the wicket and not from Higgins, so he clearly knew there was nothing in it. As he's taken 144 first-class wickets, and he's got a first-class 100 as well, so he by no means somebody who you would say is a rabbit with the bat, and we're led to believe that he's going to come in at 8, so nice ball again from Higgins here. That's just doing enough just to leave Emilio Gay off the pitch, and Jared Warner leading the applause. I mean, Gloucester have gone in with 6 front-line bowlers, you would argue, in this match. 4 seamers, Zafar and Graham Van Buren, so plenty of options for Chris Dent. Gay waits. Bat raised, and again Higgins getting a little more into the groove in this over. That's a bit more of what he would want. It's taken a while. He's got 2 left-handers to bowl at, but just the line in that last over a little bit better. And that's the Northants start. We've been playing here since we started promptly at 11 o'clock. Gloucestershire have cracked on.
10:58, in fact.
Yeah, in fact, I think that the clock certainly wasn't at 11 o'clock when Steve O'Shaughnessy called play. And as a result, we've whistled through 7 overs in the first 25 minutes.
Yeah, Gloucestershire don't hang about, even with their seam attack. Certainly, in general, you'd think they'll be getting through the 96 in decent time. So now 2 slips and a catching point As Matt Taylor bowls to Vasconcelos, who goes onto the, well, I say onto the back foot. He played it pretty much from the crease at the end and just defended it away, but they're obviously trying to discourage him from that flashing drive through the cover point region. Yeah, he's a couple of steps in front of point, actually. That,
and they've got Tom Price at backward point, saving the single.
And Gohara's just taken maybe a step or two back at cover as well, as Matt Taylor bowls, inviting the drive, and Vasconcelos has got it through anyway, and it's flown to the boundary for 4. That's a bit of a statement from Vasconcelos. They set the field exactly to try and discourage him from doing that. He's done it anyway, and not only has he done it, but at the first attempt he's threaded the needle and got 4 runs for it. It was a little bit floaty from Matt Taylor, but then in some ways he might say, well, that was the plan. I was trying to get him to do that.
Certainly, I say, not only was the timing good, but the placement was good as well. He's not got a lot to work with there in terms of angle between Lace and Price, who's the fielder behind square.
Matt Taylor bowls, and that's guided just to Tom Price's left at backward point. So you would think that that would force him potentially to drive well in front of square, maybe try and pierce the gap between Gohar at cover and Van Buren, who's at mid-off. There's a sizable gap at extra cover, but Vasconcelos is quite happy, it seems, just to hit still quite square of the wicket, because so far anyway he's kept it down whilst doing that. Taylor bowls back of a length and cut, and a good stop by Tom Lace, who tends to be pretty sharp in close. If he has a shot at stopping it, you'd think he's odds-on favourite to do that, and he had to fling himself away to his right to bring that one in. 17 for Vasconcelos off 27 deliveries. A bright start for him, and in general he's been in less difficulty than Emilio Gay, where there has been difficulty to be found. A bit wider of the crease, that one, from Matt Taylor as he bowled it. Just speared it in towards the stumps, but Vasconcelos content just to guide the ball into the leg side and fielded by Charlesworth at square leg. But really, there's not been too much in terms of aggressive play through the leg side from either of these two. Vasconcelos has pretty much put away every shot other than the drive so far. It's been pretty much drive or defend. Taylor bowls. It's turned by Vasconcelos quietly straight to Charlesworth at mid-wicket, so just the boundary off that over. 27 without loss after 8 overs. Gloucestershire will, I think, you tend to say you want at least a couple of wickets in the morning session if you bowl first. I think sometimes at Bristol that's not as important, but I think particularly with the conditions being as they are at the moment, with being grey skies, overcast and green pitch, they'd be very disappointed not to take at least a couple of wickets in this morning session.
Yeah, just a reminder, there is our email address in the top right hand corner of your screen. You can get in touch with us during the commentary. Commentators at glosscc.co.uk. Here's Higgins to continue, and Gay does clip that off his legs, and there's a chase for Charlesworth out towards the boundary at deep square. They'll take 2. Will they go for 1 on the arm? The answer to that is no. But it is a long boundary out there.
I think Vasconcelos wanted to.
Yes, and as we know, Ben Charlesworth, they just, I wouldn't say clutching his shoulder, but feeling it there. And obviously he's had a shoulder injury early part of the season, so I suspect his arm from the deep may not be really ripping those returns in. They got picked up just 2, and Gay waits again for Higgins. He had 6 when that chance was spilled by Miles Hammond at second slip.
think looking at Miles Hammond's body language, he might be thinking about that at the moment. He had his head in his hands there at second slip, and you see he still kind of does now.
Well, he's got to try and forget that. Gloucestershire need to try and remove, okay, to minimise the damage of that chance going. At the moment, he's only advanced his score to 12, so no great damage done, but every run that goes with it makes that look an expensive miss. It didn't look to be going that quickly. It was slowing a little bit as it got to Hammond, but he certainly got his hands underneath it. Higgins going round the wicket now to Gate. And once again, it's probably 4 times he's now genuinely beaten the young left-hander. Vasconcelos has not looked as, if tentative is the right word, when he has defended, he's defended more confidently. Okay, you might say he's getting inside the line, but I think Higgins is genuinely beating him here. And not that time.
And in general, over the wicket when he's beaten Gay, it's been angling across him, just nipping away. But that one, this over from round the wicket, I think Higgins would probably feel like he's much more likely to get the edge with the ball angling in as opposed to angling away.
Here he is again around the wicket, and all that again just went on with the arm. And taken by Bracey. So 5 overs for Ryan Higgins this morning. He's only conceded 10 runs. Matt Taylor 4 overs for 19 at the other end. And Northants have got through the first half an hour against the new ball without the openers being split, though arguably they could and probably should have been. Ed mentioned about the left-handers. Proctor in next is a left-hander. Rob Keogh, new contract agreed. For him, it is that time of the year when contracts are often signed up. He's signed a deal till 2023, and of course Gloucestershire have done a couple of those themselves with both Ben Charlesworth and Dom Goodman signed up for the next 2 years. I don't think there was... they were both no-brainers for me, I must say.
Yes, certainly. Matt Taylor into his 5th over now as he bowls. Vasconcelos, who clips that one through square leg pretty firmly. It's be a test for the outfield out towards the car park, and it's hauled in quite comfortably in the end by Charlesworth, and a pretty comfortable 2 taken as Vasconcelos moves up to 19th, 31 without loss. And I would imagine that there probably wouldn't have been too much doubt, I would have thought, about Keogh as far as Northants were concerned before the start of the season, but particularly given that he's scored a couple of hundreds this year as well, and he's been pretty good for them. I should imagine that pretty much firmed things up.
Doesn't bowl a lot in the championship though, does he?
Here comes Matt Taylor bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Didn't look to move a huge amount, but Vasconcelos certainly had a fish after that one, and it was a real fish, just pushing towards it indeterminately and going through to James Bracey. And that's the first time for a while anyway that Vasconcelos has looked as uncertain as that. Taylor past the umpire, bowls full and pushed away into the leg side, in a half of the bat from Vasconcelos, because it was probably on off stump or maybe just outside off stump, and it's ended up going out into the leg side. But so far Gloucestershire, they'll be getting rather frustrated out there, I would have thought. Several plays and misses, a couple of, well, inner half of the bat shots from Northants, but the one chance they've created appeared to have been put down in terms of clear-cut chances. Matt Taylor bowls and rising up onto the back foot to play that one. Vasconcelos plays it out towards cover quite comfortably. Both these two batsmen have made their first-class career bests this season. Emilio Gay, as Ian mentioned, his maiden first-class century that came against Kent, but not a massive amount of runs other than that. In fact, when you look at his first-class career as a whole, this is his 11th match now, and that one century represents pretty much a third of the runs that he scored. Taylor in and bowls full and straight, and Vasconcelos very correctly in behind that one, playing it up towards mid-off. And for Vasconcelos, his first-class career best, 185 not out, came in Northants' beak chase against Glamorgan, where they chased down 355 and did it relatively comfortably in the end as well, thanks to Vasconcelos and Rob Keogh. Taylor bowls. It's just a push really from Vasconcelos, but it flew straight to Gohar in the covers. And 2 off the over, 10 runs, 10 overs, pardon me, not 10 runs. 10 runs haven't been bowled. 10 overs bowled, 31 without loss, and one of the several times, at least 3 or 4 times, that Emilio Gay was beaten by Higgins over the wicket, angling it across him. Again, it was a bit closer to the outside edge than I thought. So perhaps my comment about Higgins maybe feeling like he was more likely to get the edge from round the wicket isn't so valid. And it certainly doesn't seem to be Higgins' thinking, because he's come back over the wicket now.
See, he's digging to Australia, Emilio Gay, with that guard he's taking. Very, very deep mark indeed. Higgins this time bowls onto the boots of Emilio Gay, and even though Matt Taylor's got his throw in really quickly, they've come back for 2. There was a clip in the last over where Charlesworth chased the ball out to deep square, and Tom Lace went halfway to collect the throw. It's 2 things that shows. I think one, that Charlesworth is managing that shoulder in the field, and 2, the boundaries are very long, square of the wicket. Okay, clips that into the onside, fielded at mid-on.
He certainly looked to be feeling it quite a bit, Charlesworth. He did do some bowling in the second 11 inverted commas match that was played against Glamorgan. Took a couple of wickets as well, but I doubt we'll see him do too much bowling, especially not after that.
Higgins in, and again Gay defends. Just you're talking about Rob Keogh, and I'm just looking at actually his relative. I was saying that he hasn't bowled very much, which I would argue is right when you've played 10 championship games, but actually he's only bowled fractionally less than Tom Smith. So Tom Smith bowled 104 overs in 5 matches, and Keogh's bowled 94 in 10. So I think you can say, that's really just a bit part role really as a bowler. But in white ball cricket, different kettle of fish for Rob Keogh. Bowls a lot more in that.
It certainly adds a string to the bow, so to speak, doesn't it? In terms of, okay, it's not a huge factor. Runs are always going to be the first priority as a middle order batsman, but if you can provide a second spin option, for example, you think about what Colin Ackerman did to Gloucestershire in that match at Grace Road.
Oof, a big leg cutter from Higgins. That's gone a long way. It was back of a length, but that really did rip off the pitch. And Bracey having to be quite sharp to take this. That's straightened a long way, and it's bounced as well. Higgins with Warner, Hammond and Lace in the slips, and that's steered past Lace at third slip, and that will run away down to the boundary in front of the Thatcher's bar for 4. No chance for Lace at third slip, and Northants would say that's just a cleverly played defensive shot for which they've got value. But at the moment, these two scoring quite quickly, as you can see, 37 off 11. There's a brisk start, and looks as if Tom Price is going to have his first bowl of the match in place of Matt Taylor, who's bowled 5 overs for 21 from the far end.
He did play it very softly, Emilio Gay, but at the same time, Higgins would probably say he's passed the outside edge several times off deliveries quite similar to that. Finally found the outside edge, and it goes pretty much straight along the floor. Tom Price then to get his first bowl. You suspect Jared Warner won't be too far from the attack as well, and be good to see those two bowling in tandem. And Tom Price, for fairly angled run, in now and bowls. And that one skids through to James Bracey behind the stumps as Vasconcelos offers no shot.
Because when he bowled at Cheltenham, we were side on to him, so it's actually quite a different watch to watch him front on coming towards us and in from our commentary position, and indeed to you at home as well.
Yeah, I of course saw him at the Oval when he played in Gloucestershire's playoff match against Surrey. I didn't necessarily get struck by the angled run like I am now, as Price bowls full, defensively played out towards extra cover, and there is no run. But really, it's not quite Dan Worrell.
I was going to say that.
It's actually it's not as far off Dan Worrell as I thought. Really, I did not remember his approach being quite as angled as that at the Oval. I'm sure it was, because why would he change it now? I'm sure he wouldn't change it now. But really, I'm struck by the angled approach. Gets very close to the stumps in bowls, and that's driven, not timed at all by Vasconcelos off the bottom of the bat, I think. Straight back to Tom Price, who bowled particularly impressively against Middlesex, where he picked up figures of 3 for 29 in the first innings. Did go wicketless in the second innings, but he was relied upon really in that second innings to keep the pressure on when that partnership was going great guns. The Eskenazi partnership, that's driven by Vasconcelos and stopped by Tom Lace at backward point, and some appreciative applause by the crowd that have made their way in here for that one. Vasconcelos playing his favourite shot through that point region, but not picking up runs this time. But yeah, that second innings in the Middlesex match at Cheltenham, the partnership between Eskenazi and Mitchell that threatened to take the game away from Gloucestershire. That's dabbed through the offside, will be stopped once again by Tom Lace, just in front of point this time. But Worrell and Matt Taylor did, well, they did all the work in terms of the wicket taking, but they did a lot of the work in terms of the overs bowled. But Tom Price was third in terms of overs bowled in that innings. Tom Price got through 24 overs, 8 maidens, none for 57, and he was certainly worth a wicket. Tom Price in bowls, that's edged, and it's flashed down to the third man boundary for 4 runs, wide of Miles Hammond at second slip. So Vasconcelos moves up to 23, but in slightly streaky fashion. Yeah, that's exactly what you're looking for if you're Tom Price. The drive from Vasconcelos was not played with the full flowing, full-blooded fashion, but well, exactly what he was after, just didn't find the hands of a slip fielder. 41 without loss after 12 overs.
looking at the group that is out there at the moment, and George Scott now is out there as a substitute fielder. We thought he was out there earlier on in the piece, but he definitely is now at mid-wicket. I wonder that's where Charlesworth was. So I wonder whether Charlesworth has just gone off for a little bit of treatment on that shoulder. He's had a couple of throws from the deep, and I'm not sure he is out there at the moment. So Scott on as a substitute, and Higgins to continue this lengthy opening spell from this Ashley Down Road end into his 7th over. And Northants put in by Chris Dent this morning. As you can see, they put on 41 so far. There have been 6 boundaries, 4 to Vasconcelos, and the second of Gay's 2 was off that edge at the end of the last over. That's outside the off stump and taken by Bracey. Warner's doing some limbering up. This, of course, is his first class debut for Gloucestershire. Hasn't played in a first class game before for the county. He does have I think 3 other first class appearances to his credit, though, so as if he's never played a red ball game at this level before, but interesting to see what he does. So it showed some promise in the Royal London Cup, that's for sure. Higgins again, slightly back of a length.
Yeah, and I think it's exciting to see Warner in the Championship because he was brought in to be a type of bowler that Gloucestershire didn't have. Somebody with a bit more height, somebody who could hit the pitch hard potentially and cause some different problems.
Higgins past umpire Shaughnessy. Gay certainly the less flamboyant of the 2 Northants openers. Northants actually, they kind of, if you have an image of a Northants batting side, it tends to be that sort of aggressive, pugnacious perhaps would be a word I would use. It almost, and obviously he's not a dissimilar build. He's obviously a left-hander compared to I'm sure Milburn was a right-hander, but you know, go back to the days of Colin Milburn opening the batting for Northants, who was would go out and play shots, and Vasconcelos certainly gives you the impression that that's the way he attacks his batting from the top of the order as well. Gay rather more circumspect. So Higgins has to have 7 overs now. 1 for 16. So no wicket for 16, I should say. He just had the one chance dropped when Gay was on 6. But we may see Warner shortly. And then I suppose the real interest in the day will be what can Zafar Gohar, in his first stint in county cricket, what can he extract from a Bristol pitch which, so we'd have to say over the last 10 years has not been necessarily one that spinners have found much to their liking.
Tom Price moves in, bowls, and that's edged and just falls short, I think, of Warner at first slip. So once again the edge found, but not going to hand. They've got 3 slips back in position after that drive, which just went wide of the slips in the previous over. So Tom Price clearly causing some issues, but I don't think that one carried at all. Tom Price bowls forward, Vasconcelos playing that one up towards mid-on. Had a couple of comments on the stream, which was the reason for my hesitation a couple of overs ago, which Shane McGannon has just brought our attention to, and one of which was asking when Vasconcelos would be eligible for England's selection, and I think the answer would be after 5 years of playing here, as Vasconcelos drives that one backward of point, stopped by Tom Lace once again. So they are sort of drying up Vasconcelos' favourite scoring area a little now, but he's still finding other ways to keep his board moving. He's playing here on a Portuguese passport, so I don't believe he also has a British passport, otherwise he would have been playing on it already. Tom Price in the bowls, and that one just rises a little bit. Vasconcelos moves to withdraw the bat away from it, but I think he did push at it. This has been a really promising start, this, from Tom Price, and causing problems when he bowls it full, but also when he just drags his length back a little bit, as he did there. Vasconcelos, I think, was beaten by that one. There goes Tom Price, and a full delivery is played defensively out towards wide mid-off, and there's no run. So I'm only guessing here, because I'm afraid I'm not totally au fait with all of the rules and regulations, but the thing about somebody like Jofra Archer, for example, was that he already had his British passport, so the ECB changed the rules to make it only 3 years that he could play for England after having resided here. Tom Price bowls left alone by Vasconcelos, but I'd have to imagine it's the same kind of 5-year situation that Graham van Buren has been going through. So I think that might make it 2023, but I'm not 100% sure on that. If any Northants fans are watching this and do know the answer to that, then please do correct me on that. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. I'm only guessing, but that's my guess. But he does want to become available to play for England, and if he continues to score runs opening the batting as he has been, then I suspect he might well do.
Yeah, he's still only 23.
He's much young. For some reason, I thought he was in his more sort of mid-20s than that. I did a double take when I saw his age.
And our good friend Jost Hobic is from Slovenia. He says, hi Ian and Ed, thanks for the stream. It makes office work more enjoyable. I'll bet it does. Not sure what the weather in Slovenia is like at the moment. Lovely, very, very... what's happened there? There's a round of applause for two of the players who've, I think, run out and tried to remove a... I'd say why they would have gone to remove a bird from the outfield at that point. Anyway, here is Warner to bowl his first ball in red ball cricket for Gloucestershire. Round the wicket, and it's off his hit by Emilio Gay down to Matt Taylor at long leg. The throw was a little awry, but well backed up by Tom Lace. They'll pick up one more. So, Jos, thanks for your question. Now, Richard from Longwell Green's been in touch and said that Chris Dent batted. I see Chris Dent down to bat at 4. He batted at 4 in the seconds. Yep. Is that due to his a finger injury or a change of tactic? Only Dent himself would know if he's got any finger problems. I'm certainly not aware of any. And here is Warner around the wicket. That's pitched up and clipped in the air, but short of Charlesworth, who is now back on the field.
Yes, that's a good point, which I was going to raise and then I forgot about it. I had the second 11 scorecard in front of me and I was going to say that, and then I'd let it slip, as so many things do out of my mind. So, yes, that is is an interesting thing to note. At the same time, Bracey did open the batting, so who knows? Who knows? It's all a guessing game at the moment.
Ryan Higgins, of course, got a century in that match. One around the wicket. Certainly from our angle, it looks like he's trying to drag his fingers over the top of the ball so that the natural movement would be to try and bring it back into the left-hander. So Dent 16 and
2
in his 2 scores.
But then not very many people got runs other than Higgins.
Higgins got 158, 185? 158.
187. It's not far off.
And only 2 other scores above 20 in the whole of the 2 innings. That's down the leg side, and well, Vasconcelos tried to pull it. Nothing like he wanted on it, and it dropped safe into where leg gully would have been.
It was a pretty extraordinary match, that one, the second 11 match. Gloucestershire 155 all out in their first innings. Glamorgan a handy first innings lead, having made 237, and Gloucestershire were 11 for 4 in their second innings.
Higgins then took centre stage. Warner around the wicket. Nice line. Might just have gone on with the arm a little bit. Taken by Bracey. Higgins is now at first slip.
Very similar that to the ball Warner dismissed Mark Stoneman with at the Oval, just angling in and then maybe nipping a little away off the pitch, but if he can continue to do that, you'd imagine he will get good rewards.
Higgins 7 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 16 his opening spell. One around the wicket, that's pitched up, but that's down the leg side and taken by Bracey. So Warner's line around the wicket to the left-handers. Higgins started around the wicket but mainly bowled over the wicket, and Price also bowling over the wicket. So 42 for no wicket after an hour's play. The Northants openers. One chance definitely put down, and one that fell just short of first slip. Gay had 6 when he was dropped by Hammond off Higgins. And Gloucestershire don't want him to take root here and be the anchor of this innings, with some people in that Northants order who can put bat to ball, notably his partner at the other end.
Tom Price looking to continue this start that he's made. It's been a good one, and another nice delivery, just maybe coming back ever so slightly towards the left-hander from over the wicket, but Emilio Gay playing it pretty comfortably up towards mid-off. So yeah, as I say, they trailed by 82 on first innings, Gloucestershire, and then were reduced to 11 for 4. And Higgins, so we mentioned the 158 of 187. Ben Charlesworth made 41 off 155 balls, so he certainly kept Higgins company, as that's a full delivery driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Matt Taylor had to negotiate a couple of bounces which he'd rather not have had to off the used pitches in front of him. George Scott also made 41, but he has not made the 11 for this match. And a few runs for Zafar Gohar and Ollie Price, who is not even in the 14-man squad. Tom Price bowls full, driven hard down the ground, off the hand of Tom Price. There could be a run out here with a direct hit, which there isn't. It's way wide of the stumps from Matt Taylor, and they get away with it. Emilio Gay had come a long way down. There was never a single there, and they've got away with that one a little, Northants. So he might have been home, given the fact that it was a long throw, but we'll never know, because Matt Taylor was quite a way off. with the attempted direct hit from mid-off. I think perhaps Emilio Gay felt he should get runs for it because he slammed it down the ground. It was a good hand by Tom Price in his follow-through to stop it. Here he is, bowls, quite tight leave there from Emilio Gay. It was angling across him. Perhaps Tom Price just felt it was coming back ever so slightly, but you'd have to say probably a good leave from Emilio Gay. But that is Tom Price's...
His pad was well outside the line.
So Tom Price's natural movement to the right-handers actually seemed to be in when I had the chance to watch him from behind his arm for the first time. There's a full delivery, squares up Emilio Gay a little, but he's able to defend it into the offside. So causing a fair few difficulties in his first 3 overs. But yeah, I have to say that was the first time that I've been able to watch him from behind the bowler's arm, and he was getting the ball to come in appreciably to the Surrey right-handers, but here he seems to be actually moving it, if anything, possibly into the left-handers. He certainly did the last couple of balls. Oh, that one just angled across Gay, who once again had a bit of a flirt with it, but it's a maiden over and a terrific start for Tom Price. These two change bowlers, at least so far, admittedly Jared Warner's only 1 over into his spell, but they're doing exactly what you would want of your 2 change bowlers. In fact, they're drying up the runs, if anything, after the new ball pairing. Tom Price 3 overs, 2 maidens now, 0 for 4, and Warner just going for 1 off his first over.
All the runs so far off the bat, as you can see. No extras yet. And Warner's run, pretty long actually, starts well beyond what would be a 30-yard circle in a one-day game. Again, looking at right on off stump, and Vasconcelos defends.
Final innings, which I didn't say of that match against Glamorgan, seconds in inverted commas, although probably you'd have to say Glamorgan's lineup was probably a bit more of a second 11 lineup than Gloucestershire's, but Gloucestershire then proceeded to bowl Glamorgan out for 166 to win the match. 3 wickets each for Matt Taylor and Zafar Gohar, but a couple of wickets for Charlesworth as well.
Warner around the wicket, that's quite a bit wider. Vasconcelos didn't play out it. Yes, so far 23 overs and 3 balls as well in that second innings, so good for him to get quite a long bowl.
Yep, it's 16 overs in the first innings as well, so a handy amount of overs.
Thick end of 40 overs in the match for him.
I was at Cardiff actually for the Western Storm match against the Thunder, and they read that score out on day 3.
Warner in, down the leg side, quite a long way down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Bracey, and they'll come through for the first extra of the innings. It's a bye.
It was with some pleasure, I would say, and also surprise, I will have to admit, when the score was read out, and it was as such. I was fully expecting Gloucestershire to have potentially even already been bowled out, and then it was, oh, who scored the runs? Because they read it out at halfway, so mid-afternoon, and I certainly did not expect to hear the score as it was.
Emilio Gay waits for Warner, again outside the off stump. That's the line where earlier today Vasconcelos was throwing his hands at it and firing drives away through the offside for 4. But Gay isn't going to be drawn into that kind of approach.
They've almost had the confidence to play more defensively now that they've seen themselves in a little bit, but Gloucestershire are still passing their edges with decent regularity.
Warner staying around the wicket, and the same line again. It's probably a second set of stumps. He's a little bit wide at the moment. I'll just tighten that line up a little bit. And I hadn't seen him live before, I don't think, until the match at Hove, where Adrian Harms and I had an absolute ball that day. What a great match that was.
Yeah, it was nerve-wracking to watch at home, I can tell you, especially with the Duckworth-Lewis element in the second innings of that match particularly.
We were so lucky to get all but a full day. And Warner over the wicket, changes his angle here to who just nudges that out to Charlesworth at mid-wicket, end of the over. Overall, you'd have to say that, yes, I know the game at Middlesex was called off, but for the rest of the tournament, the weather did not have much of a role at all, and that meant it was a genuine competition. And so many comments were passed about people seeing younger players really putting in quite strong performances, and that's not just for Gloucestershire, but for a lot of the sides who really were forced to go very young, and people not always winning, but really making it competitive.
Tom Price to continue. 3 slips go down as he's in and bowls, and that's pushed away up towards mid-off the front foot. There's no run, and I think there will always be some people who there is never going to be any compromise at all in terms of the calendar, in terms of what cricket is being played. So you're always going to get some people. I know when I said I thought that it had actually been a terrific tournament, I'd really enjoyed the Royal London Cup. Somebody said, well, wonderful tournament's a bit of a stretch. Tom Price bowls back of a length, left alone through to the wicketkeeper. But I'm not going to change what I felt about it, because, and I think to some extent, if you were a supporter of a couple of the counties in particular, like I think in particularly of Kent and Sussex, who got hit so hard by it that they may have felt that they really were watching full-on second 11 cricket, almost. I don't know that Darren Stevens is playing second 11 cricket, but anyway, that's the point that they would make. As Tom Price bowls, nudged away, and it beats the dive of Gohar in the covers. They'll get at least 2 here. I think that's all they'll get. Vasconcelos is easing up on the second runners. Van Buren picks up. 45 now without loss, but for Gloucestershire, and I think all the matches that Gloucestershire played, and I'd even include the final match against Kent in that respect, they played sides who looked competitive on paper, and it didn't feel like a second 11 tournament at all, not to us anyway. Tom Price bowls, driven nicely, but straight to mid-off. Vasconcelos will be annoyed that he's not got runs for that, because that was, in terms of a drive that was not at all flashy. He played one earlier on that went through the covers for 4. That one was as correct a drive as he's played throughout the innings, and he got nothing for it. But it was great to see that mix of experienced players and younger players who were new to us, and there was a name that you could pick out from every match basically. Tom Price in and full and defending. Vasconcelos out towards wide mid-off.
He's going to his shell a bit, isn't he?
Yeah, he has a little, but at the same time, I think you could say he's been forced into it by the way that Gloucestershire have bowled. Equally, he might say that he's feeling comfortable enough now just to bat a bit of time here and see Northants well into this second hour. Just a pawing of the ground there by umpire Ramage. He does get very close to the stumps, Tom Price, so he's got to come back to that as that's down the leg side and clip down to fine leg for a single by Vasconcelos 46 without loss. So you know, if you, like maybe he actually does have a more angled approach this innings than he did in the Royal London Cup match that I saw, because he is trying to get closer to the stumps and trying to get the ball to...
Yeah, as you can see, there's quite a long conversation now between umpire Ramage and Tom Price, just to explain the thinking and to say, I clearly don't want to have to take any action here, so just be a bit wary of where that follow through is taking him.
So if you're coming in at a sharper angle, you've then got to get off at a sharpish angle as well. So you're always going to be flirting a little bit with the danger area. It was certainly very close to that little mark, the white mark that you can see, which denotes the start of the danger area, and almost looked as though Tom Price could potentially argue that he was short of that mark, but he's going to try and get as close to the stumps as he can and as close to that mark as he can for another reason as well, because that's where Zafar Gohar is going to try and land it to the right-handers.
A sanitisation break? Eventually, yes, quite right. 3 slips in still for Warner, forcing a no ball call. First one. And Warner swell, he too asking Steve O'Shaughnessy how far he was over the line there. I mean, I have a theory. We're just talking about, you know, where does the Royal London Cup sit? Might it go back into the first part of the season? I was just toying with this on a long drive the other day about how you could structure it, but the schedule is the problem. Warner in on that sort of steered, played quite softly away by Vasconcelos, down to third man. It's gone all the way for 4. Hammond chasing it, can't haul it in front of the Thatcher's bar, and the 50 up for Northants. Well, really giving it everything, but it's played in such a way that it's dropping a long way short of the slips, and Hammond beaten by the ball. So the tournament this year obviously played in a block, and quite a lot of travelling involved in that block as a result. So my starting point was, right, could you cut the travelling down? Here is Warner in, that's outside the off again, possibly slightly slower ball, and Vasconcelos drawn into it and taken by Bracey. So my theory was this: you've got to try and cut the travelling down. So you play the Royal London games on the Saturday before a championship match starts on the Sunday. So you're to some degree there is a pairing up of the groups in the 2 competitions. Therefore, if a game in the 4-day competition is over early, you open up some room for rest, arguably. Warner in, hit on the pad, but going down the leg side. Vasconcelos hadn't moved across very far. And if you were doing that on a regular basis, you're still playing 5 days out of 7. So if you're going from an away game to a home game, that's kind of okay, because you can have a day off and then maybe a light net day and start again on the Saturday. But the other way round, it's still a challenge, and therefore there is no easy solution.
No. How many rounds would there be then?
Here is Warner in, and back of a length Vasconcelos defends. Well, that's the tricky bit.
So you play 8, you'd have to play 8 matches still, wouldn't you? Because you have to play everybody in your group
unless
once.
you change the format with the number of
or
games.
Oh, right. So you're saying 3. So we have 3 conferences in the championship, and
well,
then you'd also have 3 conferences in the Royal London.
Maybe.
Right.
Maybe that will be the only way to make it. And then you'd have to work out how you get the sides through to the knockouts.
Right. then you're going to have the issue of the players don't want these format changes all the time.
Who'd be Alan Fordham? Down the leg side from Jared Warner, and they'll come back for 2 leg buys. No bat from Vasconcelos. Yeah, Alan Fordham, just to say, is the man who sorts out the fixtures. He's not a computer, but he's got to try and fit everything in along with the international calendar. I remember talking to him once, and he's saying that he's really working 18 months ahead. That's generally how he works, but given that we don't know what the format of the domestic season is for next year, he's got a difficult old job. Almost a full toss from Warner, but not punished by Vasconcelos. And we honestly, and I asked Shane McGannon from the club this morning, is there any clue yet as to whether it will be conferences or divisions next season? And you know, the answer is that there will not be a decision until this domestic season is over.
No, and I think also it's right not to make the decision now, because we, at the moment, don't have much of an indication on what the cricket is going to be like in this division, but also in Division 3. And I don't think, given what we've seen in the Royal London Cup, that there's a huge amount of worry about that. I think if that showed anything, it showed that there is more depth to English cricket than perhaps we thought. At the same time, whether that's still the case in red ball cricket, I don't quite know. The same as 50-over cricket as Tom Price bowls, and that's... I think he tried to clip that one leg side, and then it squirted away up towards mid-off, but it didn't go in the air, so it's a bit difficult for us to see because we're blocked by the body of Emilio Gay, but it can't have been a leading edge. It must have been off the face of the bat, but not going where he intended it to go.
I think the common view seems to be that there would be a lot of approval.
Tom Price bowls full, defended up the pitch.
To moving the Royal London to the front end of the season to pull the red ball cricket further into the into the main part of the summer. Yeah,
certainly. And then, of course, you run into the issue of what do you do alongside, and we had to mention it at some point in this discussion, the 100. What do you play alongside it? Because you need to play something alongside it. You can't have all these cricketers sitting still for that period of time. Tom Price in, and that's a decent length delivery. Emilio Gay gets in behind that one and plays it straight in defence again. And I'm sure there will be many people possibly commenting on the stream this instant saying, get rid of it. But sadly, that's not going to happen.
Is it? No.
It's not going to happen. And, you know, if it were up to me, we'd keep the women's 100 as it is now, and there'd be the same crowds for it, the same enthusiasm, the same coverage, etc. as Tom Price in and bowls, and that's angled away down towards third man. There is no third man, and that's going to flash to the boundary for 4. So Emilio Gay up to 23, 58 without loss, and even if the runs aren't flowing quite in the same way as they were at the start, Northants are still keeping the board ticking over with regularity with these guides down to third man, and it was also a no ball, so that brings it up to 60 without loss. So one way or another, Northants are still keeping the board moving along. But if we could keep all that, if we could keep everything that the 100 has done for the women's game, and then abolish the men's 100, that would be what I would love to do, as Gay turns into the leg side and there's no run. But that's not possible either, and it won't happen. So that's just wishful thinking. There's no point thinking about anything like that, because the women's 100 would not have had the same impact had it not been played alongside the men's.
The only thing you can kind of say is that the blocks were completely self-contained.
Tom Price is in. Oh, and He has come back well after that no ball 4, and Gay maybe played inside it, but it was a good ball. Still one to come. I think possibly some Gloucestershire fielders missed the no ball call there. A couple of balls before.
You know, would you want to have, say, 3 rounds, possibly more than that, of the championship played up against the 100?
You just couldn't have that, could you? That's
and that's where maybe the Royal London is the least worst option.
Tom Price in and bowls full, played defensively out into the leg side this time,
In
so
the sense
just that one ball with runs scored off the
it is completely self-contained.
Yeah, I mean, the only solution that I can see is almost to have 2 first-class competitions then, which then you get into the stage of, you know, things being extremely messy, because for me you cannot have the championship decided by players missing due to the 100, because then you have potentially a situation where, which is still the case, Test cricket is not only the pinnacle of the game, but is still the format of the game that brings in the most money in this game. And of course, everything has to be about money nowadays and nothing else. But even if everything is only about money, then players need to be playing championship cricket. So if they're not playing championship cricket if they are playing championship cricket during the 100, they're not playing in it.
Warner again sees Vasconcelos steer that off the outside half of the bat, and then Guy is also going to beat Price down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 more. So he had a couple of those. Jared Warner, he might well feel a bit aggrieved. It's a bustling old run, but at the moment Vasconcelos is finding enough width or variation in length that he can keep the scoreboard ticking up. In fact, let's put it out to you like this. If you're watching the stream today, let's assume that all the competitions remain. You know, what would you do with the calendar? I'll put it as straight as that. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. What would you do with the calendar to fit everything in and to not burn out the players? Because that's the thing, that there will be an element of health and safety and what have you from the workload. That's outside the off stump. And you know, squads are not huge at some of these sides. Some of the sides with the smaller budgets, if you're not a Surrey with a big playing staff, or 1 or 2 others who seem to be collecting players over the last few weeks. News of signings, people going to various places. Seems to me that there's going to need to be some shopping done at Sussex, with Chris Jordan and Phil Salt both leaving at the end of the season. Jordan going back to Surrey and Salt to Lancashire. There's a trend there too. Here's Warner around the wicket. Oh, and Vasconcelos gets that on the inside half of the bat. That should have gone away past Zavar Gohar, but it went in the end to mid-on. We're down to 2 slips now. I did see one article, it might have been Lizzie Ammon who wrote it, in saying, you know, is there going to be a trend from players playing in the 100 wanting to be based at a venue that hosts 100 matches?
We talked about that when the Alex Davis news was announced.
Warner staying around the wicket and punched on the bounce, but well stopped by Zafar Gohar.
Because on the face of it, when the news initially came out, there appeared to be no reason why Alex Davis would move. He was in a good position at Lancashire, and it's not as though he'd be moving somewhere for potential England selection. And because when the news came out, it was Alex Davis is leaving, the destination hasn't yet been announced. And I wondered whether he might be moving, say, to Hampshire, because he's playing for the Southern Brave in the 100.
Warner around the wicket, again, a little back of a length. That's found the gap this time. Vasconcelos did that early on in his innings, a little less so lately. but they should run a comfortable 3. It's a long boundary out there, and Graham Van Buren's throw is probably 10 yards short of James Brace. He's got to go and collect it, and as a result they can comfortably come back for the 3rd.
But you'd have to think in the long term, admittedly it is only a month, but it's still a factor in terms of players deciding where they want to play. I don't see how it can not be.
67 without loss, Northants having been put in. And Warner in and gets, again, quite good bounce there, but it's probably 5th stump as a line, and Gay can let it go. He's got 23 and Vasconcelos 37. The balance of the strike kind of reflects that. Vasconcelos has had slightly more of it. And jump between captain and wicket keeper. There might be a thought of turning to go harsh shortly.
Just what I was thinking. I think you've got to give him a go before lunch, even if it's only a couple of overs. I really hope they don't just give him that obligatory 1 over and nothing else.
Well, particularly as, yes, the wickets column doesn't have anything in it for Gloucestershire, but Northants have been, as you can see on the board, the overall rate is still above 3, which is quite positive.
Tom Price starts a new over, and that's edged, and it's taken by Hammond at 2nd slip. A chance very similar to the one which went down earlier on off Emilio Gay, but this one taken, and it's the prize scalp of Ricardo Vasconcelos, very low down, and you can see on the replay that Hammond is standing even closer than James Bracey is, and it's a good job that he was, otherwise it wouldn't have carried.
Yeah, it's a good chance, a good take that, low to his left, and possibly, dare I say, a more difficult one than the one he dropped.
Looked like he had to move further across, and it was even, possibly even lower down.
But that's an important wicket, and that may also increase the opportunity of bringing on a spinner with a new batsman in, you would have thought. But Vasconcelos has to go for 37. And a wicket for Tom Price, who you say he took 3 wickets in that one innings at Cheltenham. Quite right to point that out, but of course those are the only first-class wickets he'd taken and previously this season. So that's his first wicket here at Bristol. And that will bring, it should be Luke Proctor coming out at number 3.
Incoming batsman Luke Proctor.
Indeed, so another left-hander. Proctor.
I always say that it's a strange thing to have to say this, but the middle order starts here because he's a batting all-rounder, you'd argue, Proctor, wouldn't you?
Well, you would, yeah. You'd say that without knowing for definite that you wouldn't say he's a number 3 when you say the name Luke Proctor, but I guess there is still, there's still plenty of batting, and Rob Keogh is somebody that potentially could be batting at 3, but obviously he wants to bat at 4. And then Saif Zaib has scored plenty of runs. Rossington has. You got the young wicketkeeper Goldston, who might not be keeping wicket, in fact, as the first delivery to Luke Proctor is a no ball and played up towards mid-on and then fumbled by Chris Dent, who then has a shot at the stumps, which thankfully doesn't hit, or it could have been get the Benny Hill music started if that had ricocheted off.
I seem to remember, actually, Price had some no-ball trouble at Cheltenham.
Yes, he did, particularly from one end, and you wondered whether it was potentially just that particular end bothering him, but I think I'm right in saying that he may have bowled one in the playoff match at the Oval as well, as he bowls and Proctor plays at that one, which he didn't necessarily have to, but jabbed it away into the ground safely and picked up just behind point. So 69 for 1, Gloucestershire at last having broken the partnership from their point of view. Something going their way as far as when a Northants batsman played with the outside edge of the bat, or didn't, as the case occasionally was. Tom Price in and bowls to Proctor, who leaves alone that extravagant crouch down as he prepares to face, and then gets himself into quite a steady position as the ball is released. He's not a cricketer who does things conventionally. Luke Proctor, his bowling action is, well, it's very bustling, and I'm sure when he was playing here last year in that one session match, he toned it down a bit from what I remember. That's way down the leg side and a good take by James Bracey. I say it's way down the leg side. It didn't pass Proctor by masses, but it was moving away from Bracey, so he did well to take it.
His bowling action's not unorthodox, is it?
Well, as I remember, he used to bowl almost off the wrong foot when he first came up for Lancashire, but he didn't seem to be doing that when I watched him last year. I'm sure I almost remember him bowling off the wrong foot. Either that, or there was... Did he have a slightly strange hop up to the crease? I think might be what he did. It wasn't off the wrong foot. Tom Price bowls to Proctor, who plays quietly, softly out into the offside. I say quietly, softly. I think it was like that because it was inside edge onto pad, actually, looking at our monitor that we have here. Couldn't quite see that again because we are at the, well, we're at a better angle to see things for a right-hander with the bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end, but with the left-hander, everything's completely obscured by the body of the batsman, but I think that was inside edge onto pad there. Last ball of the over, Tom Price bowls it, and forward Proctor playing comfortably up towards mid-on, and so 22 overs have gone. This, the first over with some success for Gloucestershire. Tom Price removing Northants' leading run scorer Ricardo Vasconcelos, caught low down by Miles Hammond. 37 off 74. They did dry the runs up of Vasconcelos, but it wasn't an aggressive shot that got Vasconcelos out, just a good ball. Just aware that I haven't actually run through any of the scores that are from the other games happening around the country. Glamorgan taking on Essex in the other game in this Division 2 of the County Championship. Glamorgan 55 for 5 against Essex. 4 for 14 for Shane Snater.
Here's Warner into Emilio Gay, who's should get 2 here, but Proctor turns down the chance of a second run. Good return from Matt Taylor. Totally made 2 into 1 there, and yeah, Snater didn't actually even take the new ball in that match, but he's come on first change and taken 4 in a real hurry.
Glamorgan missing a few players due to COVID, including Nick Selman, so that's a loss from their top order, and I don't think you really want to be missing anybody when you're playing Essex. As far as Division 1 goes, Yorkshire 43 for 1 against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl. Warwickshire, who start off things leading Division 1, 62 for 2 against Lancashire, and not 66 for 2 at Taunton against Somerset.
That's also in the top group. Here's Warner to Proctor for the first time. That's outside the off stump. Back to 3 slips again for Warner to the new batsman.
And as far as Division 3 goes, Kent 79 for 2 against Leicestershire. Sussex 59 for 2 against Worcestershire. So there's a bit of a theme developing.
Yeah, just basically the game at Cardiff is the one outlier of most of the matches here in the start of this round.
I'd missed one. Middlesex. 67 for 4 against Derbyshire.
That's also in the bottom group, isn't it?
Indeed.
Proctor under quite grey skies now. Waits for Warner. And that pitches up.
And Simon Harmer's got into the action at Cardiff. Glamorgan 57 for 6 now as Rutherford has just been dismissed for 31, one of only 2 Glamorgan batsmen to make double figures, so that's
that game's moving on pretty quickly.
Not looking great for the Welsh county, who admittedly will still have plenty to cheer about, having won the trophy, the Royal London Cup, against Durham at Trent Bridge.
More around the wicket. And Proctor drives up to mid-off.
On a Thursday.
On a Thursday, yeah. I followed that chase, and there was a point, particularly with bearing in mind that Clark and Lees had such a good tournament.
Well, I was there.
Oh, you?
I went to it, yes.
I thought that the total they were chasing was, very gettable, very gettable. But credit to Glamorgan. It's been a long time since they were in a one-day final, and to you might argue they've been a bit in the doldrums in recent seasons, and that's edged and dropped by Hammond. It's a tough one. It's a one-hander down towards the pavilion. It's gone, and Warner rueful of another chance that goes to the floor. Here's a replay of it. It's a difficult one, this. I would say it's definitely Hammond's catch.
Would it have carried to Tom Lace? It's hard to tell from there, isn't it?
He's gone at it one-handed.
I think it may not have carried to Tom Lace, and Hammond was, I think, probably right not to take that chance. Well, I say not to take that chance, you know what I mean? Not to take the chance that it wouldn't carry to Tom Lace. I think it is very possible that it wouldn't have done. It would have been a blinder.
A bit like Bairstow's the other day. That was a storm. Almost the same
Yes.
kind of issue here, but it was a right-handed catch. Warner will try again, and that's at the off stump. So both batsmen who are now at the crease have now been dropped. So it could be 72 for 3, and the board would feel very different if that was the case. Price is going to keep going. 6 overs, 1 for 15 at the moment.
Certainly, you'd think he's bought himself this over with that wicket, and now you almost wonder, actually, you're thinking with no wickets down, then definitely you'd be, well, if I were captaining, I would be getting twitchy about bringing the spinner on, but now you almost wonder whether one of the openers comes back for a bit of a burst. I suppose they probably have to anyway, but maybe both come back, I don't know. Decisions. That's driven and stopped by Tom Price, and his follow through was a lovely shot from Gay, who for the second time is having to look very ruefully towards the bowler, having denied him potentially at least 3 runs, if not 4, from a straight drive.
I did float the question earlier on about the structure for next year. I think people are too busy on a bank holiday to send in emails about that. But we might bring that back after lunch and just refloat that idea again. I appreciate it's a bit of a hot potato as a topic.
Tom Price round the wicket bowls. That's left by Emilio Gay. Was still, I think, a decent leave, but at the same time, Tom Price angling the ball into the left-hander, and you tend to think that umpires get extra twitchy when you're struck on the pad leaving the ball. But then actually that wasn't the case with Cheteshwar Pujara the other day, who got I think it was Pujara, was it not, who got struck on the pad having left the ball on that final day there, and it was given not out when it was crashing into off stump, driven down the ground, on the bounce, stopped once again by Tom Price.
That was the Robinson one that was coming back, because I was in the car at the time, and I remember the radio commentary talking about the fact that
Yes,
they
it was Aggers, wasn't it?
They were surprised at what the technology said the ball was going to do.
Yeah, well, what was interesting was, and because Robinson had been getting the ball to come back in, and there'd been at least 2 LBW shouts which were going down the leg side. As Tom Price bowls, that's turned to square leg by Gay. He'll get 173 for 1. Charlesworth having to move across from mid-wicket. And there've been, as I say, a couple of occasions where it had looked plumb but was missing leg because of the movement in, and then they were saying, well, I guess same principle. I think it was Vic Marks who was pointing that out. Same principle in that padding up, leaving the ball, didn't think the ball had come back enough to hit off stump, but in fact more than come back to hit off stump. Tom Price back over the wing, ball short, pulled high up in the air, top edge, should be taken, and it's Tom Price who takes it. So James Bracey standing right in front of Tom Price, obviously felt that he didn't want to get in the way. It was a simple catch, and Tom Price did have it in front of him, but at the same time, you just, I guess, heart in mouth for a moment there, just as it was up in the air, and you just wondered, was
somebody called?
Yes, was it just going to be left, I thought, at one stage, but Proctor has to go. About the first short ball that we've seen this morning. In fact, I think it is the first genuine attempted short delivery we've seen, and it's produced a wicket right away. Proctor goes caught and bowled for 2, and it's 73 for 2.
Yeah, we had a couple of instances this season, not only with Gloucestershire fields, but with fields from the opposition, where 2 men have gone towards the ball and neither have got there, and you thought, well, somebody should have called for that, and clearly Price called to say he was comfortable to go and take it, and therefore he said he'd earned the extra over. He's more than earned that now. This is his 7th over. We've got 17 minutes to go to lunch. Whether he could maybe get through 2 more at the start of this match. Rob Keogh's come in at number 4. And Gloucestershire will feel a little bit better now about the morning. It might have been a really good one for them if they'd have held on to the 2 catches that went down, but at least the Proctor one hasn't been expensive.
Nope. And I think they'll be very pleased to get a 15-minute period or so to Rob Keogh, because in terms of, you're looking at the top order, genuine top order batsman who can hurt you. Of course, Rossington's had a very decent season when he's played, but the 2 names that probably stand out the most in terms of what they've done this season, particularly Vasconcelos and Keogh. So here's Tom Price, first ball to Keogh, struck on the pad, and you can see why Gloucestershire were interested in that one, but obviously umpire Ramage deciding that it was going down the leg side. We'll have a look at the replay here. I don't think, even though it was quite leg side-ish, that it was the world's worst shout. He'd moved across a little bit, but I think it was going down the leg side, looking at the replay. So the end of over number 24, Northants 73 for 2. And just on that caught and bowled again, it would be very easy for Tom Price to get underneath it and think, I'm going to get the call off here from James Bracey. I'm not going to have to actually take this catch. But he obviously, in his own mind, was absolutely prepared to take the catch, which, you know, you have to be, but it's very easy just to think, I'm not going to have to take this catch, even when you're underneath it, and then shell a pretty simple one.
That's the English from Warner at that missed opportunity in his last over. They've gone back to 3 slips again, or kept 3 slips in for Emilio Gay, who's been there all morning for his 25. He's faced 60 balls on my screen, so maybe 61 now. Yeah. Just the 3 boundaries. But he is an anchor roll type opener. Warner staying around the wicket. That's pulled in the air. That's gone over the man at mid-wicket, and it's just going to drop safe. Charlesworth couldn't reach it, but Gay getting a bit tucked up by that. And moral victory to the bowler. Could easily, bear in mind the trajectory of that shot, could easily have literally lobbed it to Charlesworth, but just got enough on it. His score advances by 2, but it's been a bit of a sketchy, might be a bit harsh on him actually. He's not played with any real fluency. Charlesworth's gone back now. There's that the double bluff. Warner will pitch that one up, and Gay defends. So Charlesworth now back at deep square for the miscue.
Every fast bowler has an aggrieved stance that they bring out at various times, and sometimes it's brought out almost for no reason after maybe just even one play and a miss. But I think you could be forgiven if you're Jared Warner for assuming that pose after luck has not really been on his side in this spell.
No, staying around the wicket to Gay. There's a bit of a grunt as that tries to really find a bit extra in that delivery. But having seen Northants put on 67 in about 90 minutes this morning, Gloucestershire have now nipped out 2 wickets in reasonably sharp order. Vasconcelos for 37 and Proctor for 2. Proctor was dropped even before making his 2, and Gay was dropped when he's made 6. He's still there. Warner into bowl 2, and that's let go outside the off stump. This is an email from Richard Jeffrey, who says, Viz, your schedule for next year: start the season with Championship cricket, run the Blast and the 100 at the same time, and finish the season with the remaining Championship games and the Royal London with full squads.
So presumably then you have to have the 100 a month earlier than it is now. It needs to be happening in July for there to be enough time to get, you know. So that's one thing.
There's Warner. Oh, that's Gay plays inside the line there. And the one thing you would say under that scenario is Warner has completed now the 6th over of his spell. He's taken no wicket for 19.
The double teapot, I think, is justified, yeah. Which he had after that.
Is that, assuming the COVID situation is better, and thank you, by the way, Richard, for your email, that would mean that the county squads would be less depleted because the 100 would have more overseas players, and therefore fewer players would be pulled away.
Assuming they don't add teams to the 100.
Well.
Well, I said I didn't think Ben Charlesworth would be doing that much bowling, but he's going to be doing some now. And Gloucestershire have clearly decided that they want to make the most of what look to be seam bowling conditions. And over the last little spell, each of Tom Price and Jared Warner, they've shown that there is still some assistance out there.
So probably 2 overs you'd have thought from Charlesworth here.
So here's his first ball. Charlesworth bowls, and it's driven firmly by Keogh through extra cover. It's a long boundary out there, but then it's a long chase, and it won't be hauled in. Not even close to being hauled in. So Keogh gets off the mark with a boundary, and a nice back foot drive from Keogh to get off the mark. Not that bad a delivery, really, from Charlesworth, but Keogh clearly feeling like he saw it quite early and just punched it into a big gap in the covers. There is no cover for Keogh, just a point and a mid-off and 3 slips. Charlesworth in, bowl, short delivery, and Keogh plays it very nicely actually, just gets on top of it and guides it down into the gully region, and he'll pick up a single for that as Lace moves out of the slips to field. 80 for 2. I didn't expect that, but even if Rob Keogh didn't, he played it quite well, because it would have been quite easy to have perhaps either fended it off, having not been expecting it, or had another rash pull shot at it and been caught somewhere.
One more wicket would make Gloucestershire feel a lot better about their lunch, I would suggest.
Indeed. Deep square leg is out now as Charlesworth bowls, and Gay plays defensively out towards the cover region, picked up by Tom Price. Charlesworth, you'd tend to think he gets quite, I won't say prodigious, but he gets a good amount of outswing, usually his natural delivery, so he could get the ball to swing back into the left-hander here, played into the leg side, and because that deep square leg is out, there's an awful lot of room for singles, which is what Gay has picked up there, as Chris Dent had to move across from mid-on. 81 for 2. But it is good to see Charlesworth back bowling again, and certainly, again, we're talking about Keogh in terms of the bowling being something that he can add to a team. As Charlesworth bowls, that's cut aerially, wide of third man by Keogh. They'll just get one. It's not particularly long boundary down towards that third man region, and now Ryan Higgins just feeling his elbow down at third man, and he's still holding it, so hopefully that is not anything too serious. It's his right elbow, and he's clearly jarred it a little. Charlesworth bowls to Gay, who drives and squirts it rather wide of his third man, who is Graham van Buren, and so another single and an over that has produced 8 runs for Northants. They're 83 for 2 after 26 overs. Gay will keep the strike on 29. Keogh has 6. Can understand why they went to Charlesworth there, and you never know, it might have bought a wicket, but I think that it is, in terms of Charlesworth going forward as a cricketer, it will make him a much more attractive proposition to whatever future he might have, if he can also add a few useful overs with the ball as a extra seam option, and it is very good to see him back bowling again.
Yes, and probably 2 overs for him from that far end, and perhaps a little surprisingly, Ryan Higgins has been brought back at this Ashley Down Road end for what will only be 1 over before lunch. You'll have Emilio Gay to bowl at, and he'll bowl around the wicket to him. Those slips are quite close now, but still Gay can squeeze that away down past the tips towards the third man rope, and they will, in front of the scoreboard, come back for 3 runs. Price and Lace doing the chasing. Price 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Good effort from him. And this is Higgins' 8th over, so the bowling shared around amongst the seamers this morning, and you can't think that Zafar Gahar won't be into things before too long in the afternoon. I hope he hasn't got to wait 60 overs to get a bowl. That would, well, if he does have to wait that long, Gloucestershire should be making headway through this Northants batting, if that's the situation. Higgins to the right-handed Keogh, who's, I think, intent on defence at this point.
Also taking several steps towards Ryan Higgins there. I don't think Bracey will immediately think about coming up to the stumps, but that's clearly what Keogh wants to do. Get well outside his crease. think he's already starting outside his crease, and then he took a couple of steps more down the pitch.
Yeah, Warner's back in at first slip and just defended out on the offside. All the chances, though, today have gone to Miles Hammond. He's taken one. He's dropped a difficult one, and he's probably dropped one that he will feel he should have taken. And Gay, I mean, having been dropped on 6, has now got 32 at the non-striker's end. Keogh waits, and Higgins again. Make sure he'll do nothing more than defend. Wonder, of course, that we're starting at 11 o'clock in this game, but with September around the corner, all the matches after this one will start at 10:30. So if you're with us on the stream, just I'm sure you're aware of that, but just a gentle reminder that that's the case. Higgins in, the yelp from behind the stumps. Again, Gahar does the fielding.
He's obviously liked that one in particular. That's about the loudest yelp we've heard this morning. It was angling in towards the stumps,
yeah,
but
we haven't had a really big LBW shout this morning at all, have we?
No, about the closest was that one first ball to Keogh, which was seemingly heading down the leg side.
Higgins again outside the off stump. Wanted to get through that over pretty smartly so that we ensured that Charlesworth would have another one from the other end. So Northants this morning put in. That is the action of Charlesworth, who, if my memory serves me right, did he not take a wicket in his first over in first-class cricket when he bowled here, or he took the winning wicket in on his debut? I'm sure that, did he not take the winning wicket in the second innings on his debut?
He took the winning wicket against Leicestershire here,
yeah.
but that wasn't his debut.
Right,
Charlesworth in and bowls. Tightish leave by Gay. Oh wow, somebody said down there, but I think he could leave it on length as well as line, actually. But yeah, his first-class debut was at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, and he did take, I'm sure he took at least one wicket there. I say that, but no, he didn't actually.
Maybe in home debut then.
So perhaps that was, I had a feeling it was just his first home wicket. Charlesworth bowls short, pulled away by Emilio Gay, and he's got it through wide mid-wicket, and he's kept it down, but he didn't really have to because there's nobody anywhere near it, and it's gone for 4. So Charlesworth trying the short ball. He's got the deep square leg out as a potential extra catching option, but this one, obviously, it was at a height which Gay found pretty comfortable, and you'd think that being as tall as he is, that he shouldn't get too troubled by the short ball, but that isn't always the case, and he did come quite close to chipping a catch to Charlesworth at mid-wicket, but nowhere near a catch on that occasion, as that's well outside off stump this time from Charlesworth, and Gay leaves it alone. The clock ticking towards the 1 o'clock mark, and the batsmen just having a bit of a discussion there, but I don't think they were attempting to slow it down at all, and there's no need anyway because it's just ticked over to 1 o'clock anyway. There was never really a chance of getting another over in. Charlesworth in, and Gay defends. It's well behind that one. And interesting that the plan has clearly been for Charlesworth to have a few short deliveries here. We've seen one in each over.
They saw the one that Gay pulled into the leg side, having apparently got tucked up by Warner, and thought, okay, well, maybe there is something to work with here.
Here's Charlesworth, he's there, and bowls left once again by Emilio Gay, well outside his off stump, angling across him. Yeah, and you wouldn't necessarily look at Charlesworth and think there's somebody who's going to trouble me with the short delivery, even if he is quite tall. But like you say, maybe just the slow nature of slower nature of the surface becomes more difficult to control that pull shot. We saw Rory Burns out pulling to George Scott in the first game of the season here. Charlesworth in, and another leave from Emilio Gay, and that will conclude proceedings for the morning. Northants 90 for 2. Emilio Gay has seen out the morning session. He's made 36. He has been dropped, and Rob Keogh will be the other not-out batsman the other side of lunch. He's got 6 to his name, but 2 wickets late on in the session for Tom Price have dragged things back a little for Gloucestershire. Overall, I suppose you might say even Stevens' first session, but it's been intriguing viewing. Northants have moved on at a decent pace. There have been a fair few chances. It's good to have Championship cricket back.
Yes, and actually Gloucestershire might feel a little bit aggrieved that they've not taken more than the 2 wickets. Vasconcelos caught by Hammond off Price in the slips for 37. Arguably probably the one chance he would have expected to take. He dropped one that he would have expected to take, and he missed one which was probably more difficult. And then Proctor caught bowled by Price, who clearly called after a miscue. James Bracey could have taken it, but Price called it himself. He was out for 2. Gay 36 off 76 with 4 fours, and Rob Keogh's just come in. He's got 6. Higgins 8 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 19. Matt Taylor 5 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 21. Tom Price 7 overs 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Warner 6 overs 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. And Charlesworth just 2 overs for 12 at the end of the session. Ground staff are out remarking, as they always do, at lunch, and we'll be back with you at 1:40 to see if Gloucestershire can just dislodge this Northants top order a bit more after they won the toss and asked them to bat. We'll join you again at 1:40. And welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Players on their way after the lunch interval. Northants 90 for 2, having been put in by Chris Dent. Both wickets to Tom Price, who came on as first change at the pavilion end, and had Ricardo Vasconcelos caught at second slip by Miles Hammond for 37. And Luke Proctor caught and bowled by Price, having clearly called for a ball that was just lobbed into the leg side. Proctor out for 2. 5 bowlers used this morning, and Ryan Higgins is going to continue a spell that started with just 1 over before lunch. He did take the new ball. Overall figures 0 for 19 from 8.
And resuming his spell from the
Ryan Higgins from down in front of us with 3 slips still in. And the right-handed Rob Keogh on 6. Emilio Gay has 36 at the non-striker's end. He opened the innings. And here is Higgins with the first ball after lunch, which Keogh lets go. I think Ed might have the scores from the lunch scores from the other games, which will filter in. Obviously, the Durham-Surrey match in this group, or what we'll call Division 2, because that is, I think, how it's referred to, off, but the Glamorgan-Essex match, quite a bit happening there this morning at Cardiff. Higgins in and Keogh defends.
Yes, quite a bit happening, and basically all of it for Essex. Glamorgan 59 for 6, just resuming things in the afternoon. 4 wickets for Shane Snater, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 14, and 1 each for Sam Cook and Simon Harmer.
Higgins looking for Gloucestershire's 3rd wicket. There's a big appeal, but umpire O'Shaughnessy says not out. The first really sizable appeal we've had, actually, for an LBW in this day's play. It's been largely played under cloudy skies, no sign of any brightness at all. And indeed, looking at the forecast during the lunch interval, actually almost the whole of the match forecast to be played in these conditions. So it's not going to change very much. Higgins in, and Keogh again defends. Mind you, the rest of the Northants batting order, probably Harry Gouldston, young 20-year-old right-hander who can keep wicket at number 5, and then Saif Zaib, left-hander, Adam Rossington, the Northants, expected Northants keeper. They've got 3 players who can keep wicket in this side, and then the bowlers. Here is Higgins in. That was 2 sounds, bat hand pad there. Higgins beat the bat a bit this morning and had the Emilio Gay chance go to ground. Hammond's been involved in 3 slip chances. He's taken 1 and missed 2 of varying difficulty. And Keogh clips that away into the leg side, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Charlesworth. Zafar Gohar, we haven't seen have a bowl yet, but I know it's one of the things that Ed's looking forward to this afternoon.
Yep, certainly. And I think from Gloucestershire's point of view, they're probably hoping that he doesn't have to bowl that much. But I'm certainly hoping that he's got to bowl a bit, because I'd quite like to see what he's got. And I'm so curious, particularly to see what pace he bowls at, because most of where I've been able to watch him has been, as is always the case really nowadays, in T20 cricket, and he tends to bowl quite quickly in that. But then I think from what I've seen, his big strength is his ability to generate quick turns. So he bowls it, you know, pretty quick and flat through the air, but he gets it to rip still. He doesn't need to toss it right up to get the ball to turn. So Matt Taylor to resume things from the Bristol Pavilion end, and it's jabbed off the back foot by Emilio Gay on the bounce to the aforementioned
Pardon me, I
point.
appreciate he's a wrist spinner. Are we talking like Rashid Khan kind of pace?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that quickly, but yeah, he's not. Then you know that tends to be often the case with subcontinental spinners as opposed to English spinners. Anyway, English spinners do tend to bowl it slower than on the subcontinent. Matt Taylor moves in, bowls, and Emilio Gay just touches that one with a little flick of the wrists back up the pitch, and Matt Taylor fields in his follow through. But sometimes subcontinent spinners have come over here and have bowled quite quickly, and they found that English batsmen are, whilst the general reputation for English batsmen playing spin is not great, if the ball's not going to be turning and they're bowling quite quickly, then they'll get put away. Matt Taylor in, and that's driven down the ground. Nice shot from Emilio Gates, beaten mid-off, and despite the sprint towards the boundary from Tom Price, it's 4 runs quite easily. So exactly the kind of shot that if you're a batsman resuming your innings after a break, that's exactly what you'd want to play. A delivery which was not a genuine half volley from Matt Taylor, but just punched, driven beautifully straight down the ground. And Emilio Gay
For
up
the
to 40.
first time we've seen that shot from him in the whole 2 hours and 2 overs that he's been batting.
He's tried a few straight drives, but they've all been stopped by the bowler in the follow-through. That one just got it wide of him. Here's Matt Taylor, he bowls, and that's forced down towards third man, and there is no third man in now, and so that will be another 4. Emilio Gay with back-to-back boundaries, total up to 98 for 2, and Emilio Gay to 44, and that one just wide enough, controlled it pretty well off the back foot. Yes, it did go behind square, but nothing too dangerous about that shot with no gully in position. And still no third man. They were forced in a way to put a third man in towards the end of the morning session because Northants scored so many runs down there. Matt Taylor moves in, bowls, and he's jumped as he played that one. Emilio Gay out into the mid-wicket area, but he clearly felt that that one had kept a little bit low, but not easy to tell from here whether it really did or not, or whether he just wasn't quite far enough forwards to it, but certainly something to intrigue Gloucestershire, but perhaps not so much if they're batting last. That Taylor in, and that's left alone by Gay through to James Bracey. So 8 off the over, 98 for 2 after 30 overs. Matt Taylor 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 29, so he's been fairly expensive. And Emilio Gay very much up and running, moves his total into the 40s. Elsewhere in Division 1, Yorkshire 64 for 2 against Hampshire. That match taking place at the Ageas Bowl. Kyle Abbott has got both the wickets for Hampshire there.
Here's Higgins to continue his spell, and Keogh, when he came in about 10 minutes before lunch, still getting his bearings.
Warwickshire 79 for 2 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, but they were 7 for 2, including Dom Sibley, LBW to Tom Bailey for 3.
Chris Benjamin getting runs again.
Yeah.
Higgins in, and Keogh has to jab down on that. Squeezed away to Charlesworth at mid-wicket.
So, yes, indeed. I mean, Chris Benjamin, an extraordinary story, and this is his 3rd first-class match for, at the moment, Division 1 leaders Warwickshire. They've carried through the most points after the first round.
Keogh again gets one down the leg side this time. Taken by Bracey, but called as a no ball by umpire O'Shaughnessy. So the 100 up for Northants. 100 for 2.
Somerset against Notts at Taunton. That's the other Division 1 match. Notts 93 for 2 at the moment.
Higgins in, steered away by Keogh to Tom Price. Seems like Sam Northeast has gone.
He's not out.
To Notts.
Yep. So no sooner
Can't
move
believe
once, but move.
Yeah, he's had a strange year. Surprised that someone of his ability can't find a permanent home. Higgins again. Keogh happy to defend.
Jack Brooks has both the wickets for Somerset. There. Division 3 wise, Kent 100 for 4 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. A 50 for Zach Crawley off 69 deliveries, but he's removed. 3 wickets for Callum Parkinson.
Higgins in up off the back foot this time from Keogh, but not played with any force. And out to Zafar Gohar.
But Callum Parkinson 3 for 27. You'd have to imagine they may well have got that pitch turning already, even on day 1, like the
well, that was the case
pitch that they played against
Gloucestershire on. Keogh waits again for Higgins. Oh, tries a very, very short one. It's wide down the leg side. A wild delivery, you would say that was. And they're
I bet it's going to be called byes as well.
Come through as 2 byes. James Bracey might well question what Higgins' thought process was there.
I think Rob Keogh might be questioning what item of equipment he might need to hit that as well. That was speared way down the leg side.
Rather poor execution of a good plan, or a bad execution of a bad plan. Either way,
we got the bad execution bit
Yeah.
sorted, yeah.
Higgins and Dent just having a chat after that over, in terms of what he really was trying to do there. But Emilio Gay is the player that Gloucestershire have got to try and dislodge here, because without really looking as if he's going to dominate the bowling, he's hung around for 2 hours and got 44.
Short mid-wicket in place as Matt Taylor bowls full, and it's driven firmly up towards mid-off. And it has to be said that he has started this afternoon session looking a lot more comfortable than he did in the morning session. He's looked very positive since coming out from the break. Just to wrap up the Division 3 scores then, Middlesex 90 for 4 against Derbyshire, 2 wickets each for Sam Connors and Louis Rees. Middlesex not being captained by Peter Hanscom as Matt Taylor moves in. Bowls, and there's a shout for leg before wicket, and this one's given out! Emilio Gay can't believe it. He was trying not to look at the umpire, walking off towards square leg, but eventually he had to look at him because the finger was raised, and from behind the bowler, behind the batsman, pardon me, you can certainly tell that it was a missing leg, but height may be a question.
Well, the impression I got was that Gay said something, maybe towards the umpire, as he played the stroke, or just after he played it, or after he was struck, to be more accurate. But that's an important wicket, because Gay was threatening to stick around for quite a long time, the way he'd started after lunch. And Miles Hammond will be pretty relieved too, because it's the man that he dropped when he made 6, and He's now gone for 44. It's just watching the replay in as slow a motion as we can muster. Matt Taylor's reasonably wide on the crease. He's halfway between the stumps and the edge of the return crease. Was Zabe going to say it was going to go down the leg side?
You'd have to say...
Well, sorry, Zabe's coming in. It's game is long.
Yes. You'd have to say I don't think it's going down the leg side, but even from the reverse angle, it just looks like it's hit him really high up. But I just... It's very difficult to tell because of the reverse angle, but... well, as you say, important wicket, and Gloucestershire certainly won't be standing around thinking about whether that was the right decision or not. So Zabe takes strike and takes his first ball from Matt Taylor, who is in and bowls full. Oh, and that one's off the inside edge onto the pad, and then Zabe had no idea where it had gone, but thankfully for him, it hadn't gone towards the stumps. But the Northants batsmen in general, they haven't looked to come in and hang around. They've looked to come in and assert their dominance over the bowling right from the start, pretty much without exception. Zabe was certainly looking to get runs there. Oh, and that's a gorgeous ball from Matt Taylor. He just dragged his length back a bit. Zabe beaten on the outside edge. But if you think about the way Vasconcelos started so positively, Emilio Gay to some extent also looked for some drives early on. Keogh came charging at Ryan Higgins quite quickly. Proctor looking to pull a ball on two. Just the first short ball that he'd seen was looking to go after it straight away. They haven't looked to hang about. Matt Taylor is in, and a fuller delivery, defensively played by Zabe out into the covers. Save Zabe, who made a century this season against Sussex. 135 he made in that one, and whilst coming in down the order, Northants were 60 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 106. That was the match where Gareth Berg and Ben Sanderson took 19 of the 20 wickets to fall, as Matt Taylor bowls a good length ball left alone by Zabe, and it moves well after it passed the bat and makes it very difficult for Bracey to take, and he managed to do so. So that's a wicket maiden for Matt Taylor. 1 for 29, important for him to get that first success, and you can almost see the cogs whirring in the brain of umpire Ramage before he decided to raise that finger. But raise that finger he did, and 102 for 3 after the end of that over. But yeah, it was Zabe 135, and he had a bowling attack which did have Ollie Robinson in, and Robinson took 5 for 58, even though Northants made well in excess of 400. So
he's had a good summer, I mean, with perhaps the one notable exception, the
well, on
the field.
Yes,
on the field. I mean, interesting here too, isn't it? You know, we had 90 minutes basically of Northants with the opening pair together, and now in the last 45 minutes cricket, Gloucestershire have taken 3 wickets, and that's really hauled them or dragged them back into things, and the board looks a lot better with 2 new men in. Can they get rid of one of these two? Keogh. And he used to squeeze that away to Tom Price to his left. That point. Zafar still at extra cover. He's been there throughout this innings. Okay, waits for Higgins, and that's bat and pad there, I think. Oh no, no bat. That's why Higgins' appeal was so vociferous. I wonder if there might have been a nick on that, but it went out on the onside at no great pace. Now, therefore, I wonder whether it had gone bat, pad, and then lobbed out on the leg side. But you can hear the cries of "Come on, Higgy." We did just chat about the Northants squad before this match. They've named 13 and they left out the 2 younger players. I'll come back to one of those in a moment. Here is Higgins round the wicket and Zabe defends. One of them was James Sales, who is the son of David Sales, played a long career at Northants.
Yeah, Northampton legend.
Yeah, middle order batsman, gave it a real biff when he got in. And I asked Ed before play started whether he knew what David Sales' nickname was when he was at Northants.
I should have remembered, but I didn't.
And you can't imagine that his son isn't going to have the same one. Here is Higgins in, and Zabe again defends off the back foot. And
unless he was born in January, of course.
Yeah, okay. But it's one of those ones which, you know, you tend to get in cricket dressing rooms, and somebody came up with it, and it stuck. And it is, of course, Jumble. I'll just leave that there. 103 for 3.
And then back slowly away.
Yeah. I'll get my coat. Here is Higgins around the wicket and steered on the bounce to Lace. Everything's gone to second slip so far. In fact, that was Tom Price there, in fact. But everything catchable has gone to second slip. And Hammond has caught one of them. But Chris Dent just having a thought about what Matt Taylor's going to do now with Keogh and Zabe in. Right hand, left hand combination. In fact, the only other, well, as we say in the Northants, top order littered with left-handers. In fact, after Zabe, the only other left-hander is Jack White, right at number 11. So there will be a bit of a pattern. If they can get rid of Zabe, they'll have fewer problems with the line. But Matt Taylor's going to come around the wicket to Keogh. This ball now, of course, 33 overs old, so it won't be as hard as it was when he took it earlier.
Taylor in, and that's clipped. Nicely timed by Keogh up towards mid-on, but there's no run. And
we say about Taylor bowling around the wicket, so
yes.
It says that, you know, if he bowls back of a length around the wicket, which he often does, you know, you want that little bit of extra bounce if you can, but he won't have that now against the right-hander, or he'll have less of it now against the right-hander.
Yeah, can get that ball coming back into the right-handers off a full length. He's in and bowls. That's clipped neatly through square leg by Keogh, and that has the legs to go to the boundary rope for 4. A couple of seagulls make their way out of the ball's path, and Keogh moves into double figures up to 10, 107 for 3. Just a little bit too straight from Matt Taylor, but he's trying to, I guess he's trying to target those pads, trying to pin batsman LBW, get him bowled off stump. That's tended to be how Matt Taylor likes to go from around the wicket. And if the batsmen are looking to work in leg side, he's not so bothered, as that's clipped up towards mid-on. Hesitation and then a correct call of no from Keogh. Him and Zabe had a thought about a single, and Zabe has looked busy out there in terms of running between the wickets. I mean, that's kind of my image of Safe Zabe's batting anyway, is he's a busy player. And I should have mentioned actually that his century this season was his maiden century, so he's also got his maiden ton this year, but 3 other 50s as well. Matt Taylor in and defended by Keogh this time, angling it into the mid-wicket region. There is no run. Northants are, well, I say missing. They're missing slash not picked a few players on the more experienced end of things as well.
I mean, Gareth Berg, you'd say, would be veteran.
Yes,
not?
more experienced.
Yeah, he must be 40 now.
That's driven handsomely through mid-off by Keogh, and although it's a pretty long boundary up there, it'll make it very comfortably. Glorious straight drive from Rob Keogh, and he moves up to 14, and the score now Nelson for 3. Doesn't get too much better than that as a batsman, just the perfect off drive, and mid-off is set very wide with still nobody fielding at cover. Here goes Matt Taylor, bowls, and that's driven down the ground. Matt Taylor can't stop it, but mid-on can. Good work from Tom Price. They picked up 1, but Tom Price saving 3 with that dive. More good timing there from Rob Keogh, but 9 runs from the over, so been another expensive one from Matt Taylor, but then he has got the wicket of Emilio Gay, and this was it. A LBW shout, I think that kind of confirms what I'd felt from the first angle that we could look at it, that he must have felt, and I think he may well have a case that that was too high. Here's another look at it, and you can see that it's certainly struck him towards the top even of that knee roll, and he is a tall man. So that certainly would have been what he would have felt, but umpire Ramage didn't.
Higgins to continue from the Ashley Down Road end.
Equally, Ian Ramage would have said, this is not a pitch with express pace in. I felt like that was going to keep low enough that it was going to hit the top of the stumps. You can make up your own minds at home about that.
Yeah, and just to say that I'll repeat our email after this ball from Higgins, which has Keogh playing at it. You might argue he got the bat just inside the line, and it was his decision to take it away rather than being beaten by the bowler. Yes, it was a bit of a jab at it, wasn't it, really? Higgins still searching for his first wicket.
He certainly looked like a man in decent form, Rob Keogh, since coming out in general, though, despite the playing a miss that previous ball. Just the way that the ball is kind of exploding off the middle of that bat, even when he defends. He looks like somebody who's got the runs that he has got behind him this season.
600 runs at 43. Worked into the onside this time. Only be 1 run to Chris Dent. And just to give you some kind of an idea, so he's got 607 runs before this match at 43. James Bracey is Gloucestershire's top run scorer with 613 at 43. So, and obviously Vasconcelos, who is now out, higher than that for Northants. Their batting points total better than Gloucestershire's in their group for the first part of the season. So Zabe waits for Higgins and gets solidly in behind it.
I suppose the one thing that you would say about that, though, is if you look at a couple of their scorecards, I think particularly the match that they played against Kent, I think that was the home game, it was clearly a pitch where taking wickets was not very easy. It ended up being a very high scoring at the start of the season,
right at the start of the season.
Many counties had that, but Gloucestershire actually didn't really.
4 slips now for Zabe. Trying to tease him into playing it into the gap on the offside, but Chris Dent is there. The correct call this morning. Asked Northants to bat, and just a reminder that our email is commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and thanks to those at home and abroad. I mean that genuinely, because Jost is in Slovenia, one of our regular contributors, but to Richard and the others in touch with us this morning on the email, there it is. Comments and questions always welcome. Thoughts perhaps on the new contracts for Ben Charlesworth and Dom Goodman? Perhaps less about the interview with Goodman done in a balloon, which I thought was a very interesting way to announce his contract.
Yeah.
Particularly bearing in mind he's about
But he was flying high at the time. Here comes Matt Taylor. He's in and bowls. It's a firm push up towards mid-on by Keogh.
Tish after that.
Well, I couldn't possibly beat Shane McGannon for the number of puns that he managed to work into that interview. You have to go and see it online. It'll be put up at T, says James Harrington. Fantastic. Everyone shall have the chance to listen to the interview with Dom Goodman, conducted from the hot air balloon. Here goes Matt Taylor, bowls, and defensively played by Keogh off the back foot pretty much, actually, even though it was quite a full delivery, but he looked very comfortable in negotiating that one.
And that's a contract for potential, isn't it, really? Because I'm sure that the club will have a view about what he might be, but at the moment, nobody really knows how good he might be. You know, he's got the physique, he's got good temperament.
Yep. Matt Taylor is in, and that's clipped up towards mid-on by Keogh. A full delivery, and there were shouts of ooh from behind stumps, but it hit the middle of that bat again.
You know, he bowled well at the Aegeus Bowl. He batted well at the Aegeus Bowl in that.
Yes.
That last wicket stand with Josh Shaw. He bowled well at Taunton. The one thing you would say is that he hasn't taken a huge amount of wickets so far. He's been economical in terms of runs conceded, but not that much reward in terms of wickets. But he's basically bottled up one end and done a job for the team. So we have to understand he's only 20, but if you want to be a quick bowler, then people develop at different rates, and Dom's got the chance over the next 2 years to do that. I can see Chris Denson having a chat with umpire Ramage about the ball.
Yeah, I'm not certain that he wants it changed necessarily. It looks more like he maybe thinks there's a bit of running repairs that needs to be done on it, but we'll wait and see. Maybe he does want it changed after all. Actually, in fact, having said that, umpire Ramage is running it through the ball gauge, and now going to have a chat with umpire O'Shaughnessy about it. I thought to start with, actually, that Ramage had some scissors out or something and was just going to take something off the ball, but in fact Chris Dent wanted the ball changed, and it is going to be changed.
So the box is right by the rope. It's being brought on. Now this is a further disruption for the Northants batsmen, of course.
The other thing, though, is that I don't know that you could necessarily say that the ball was doing nothing, so Gloucestershire wanted to get it changed. I mean, they've just taken a wicket with it only a few overs ago, and it's clearly doing enough for them out there. Keogh has still been beaten as well, so I don't think that Chris Dent would actually have brought that to the attention necessarily of the umpires if he didn't feel like there was something considerably wrong with it. But then again, maybe he thinks that we'll see what another ball does, maybe I can get that one doing more. I don't know, but it has certainly been the case that the bowling conditions have been quite consistently good over the course of the 35.5 overs. Sometimes you kind of think, well, you see off the new ball and then things will get easier quite soon, but in fact the wickets have started to fall for Northants since the ball got just that little bit older, and the problems that have been caused have stayed pretty similar even with the ball getting a bit older. So I think all signs are that this could potentially be another one of those games where we've had a couple of these recently over the last couple of seasons where you have a lot of scores in the sort of 250 odd range, and it could be a really, really good match. Hopefully it will be.
Well, the Warwickshire game last year was as such. The Surrey game this year.
Those would be the two in particular that would stand out, I think. So Matt Taylor to resume things in bowls to Keogh, who is forward and defending it out towards extra cover. There's no run. Equally, though, there's a long way to go before that, and the balance of power may well shift one way or the other with a huge partnership or potentially a batting collapse by one of the two sides.
With Matt Taylor today, it's been either a 4-ball or nothing at all from him.
Taylor bowls a bit wider, and that's punched away through point. It won't go to the boundary. They're pushing hard for the third, but they're not going to get it. Zafar Gahar sliding out at deep point and making sure it was limited just to the 2. 115 for 3. Keogh up to 18. It's been on the whole, pretty pleasant watch so far from Keogh. He's played some attractive strokes.
There's 7 boundaries off Matt Taylor.
Here he comes and bowls, and forward goes Keogh. Well, I say forward goes Keogh, actually went back and then went forward after he'd played off the back foot out into the offside. So 2 runs off the over, 115 for 3. Keogh has 18, and Saif Zaib has yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries, but for Keogh particularly, now that Vasconcelos, Gay, Proctor, now that the top 3 have been removed, the onus effectively is on Keogh to be the one that goes on to make the big score now. A start from him and then getting out would be, that would put Northants in a tricky situation.
Yeah, so Taylor's bowled 9 overs for 40 with 7 boundaries, so he only conceded 12 other than the boundary balls. Higgins gets saved to waft at one outside the off stump. Bracey looks skywards. It's coming, says the is the chant from, I think that might have been Graham Van Buren actually. His voice you can hear. He hasn't had a bowl yet, but he's seen enough out there to encourage Ryan Higgins. He hasn't got a run yet. Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker. What can he do to add to his 36 in first class matches this season? He's bowled more overs than anybody else, but certainly good value for those numbers. 36 wickets at 22 and a half, all but. The average would have gone up a little bit today, but not by a lot. Higgins with 4 slips, and Zaib is tucked up. Northants was 67 without loss. 115 for 3. Something of a drag back by Gloucestershire. Now can they really pull the momentum their way? Higgins in again, and Zaib forward to defend. When going back, how far are we going back here? Maybe 3 summers, and there was a lot of discussion about the finances of county cricket, all before the the 100 blew up and the money that was going to come with that in its various forms. Come back to that in a moment. Here's Higgins, and Zaib works that to a tumbling stop from Zafar Gahar. Northants were among the counties who appeared to have literally stripped back their squad. I think they were down to about 16 players at one stage, and I think I'm right in saying that 9 of those haven't played anywhere else on the county circuit. Only Kerrigan and Proctor have played anywhere else. Here's Zaib again. forward, combination of glove and pad really there. They were both pretty close together. And Zabe is one of the players that has come through there. I mean, he and Gay and, well, Gouldston obviously, all come through their youth system, maybe through that enforced position where they've had to go into their academy, into their junior pathway route to bring players through.
I think it's also the little bit of a change of mentality they had there as well, as his Matt Taylor bowling to Keogh, who takes a hand off the bat there and angles it away towards backward point, because for a while Northants were going with a lot of Colpack players. They had, you know, a good 4 or so in their side at one point. I think the likes of Nicky Boyer, Lance Klusener, Andrew Hall, and others, including one I was trying to think of last night, and I just could not think of the name. As Matt Taylor bowls full, and that's pushed up towards extra cover by Keogh, and there's no run. I went for a walk for an hour, spent most of the walk trying to think of this cricketer's name, and I couldn't do it. Got back, got to the point of searching for the Northamptonshire squad in the year that I thought he'd played.
Right. But
Northamptonshire squad 2009, and just got Northampton town stuff. What a load of cobblers, I thought.
Yes.
And then finally
it's a gag an hour from Egg today.
Here comes Matt Taylor and bowls. I bowled him! Keogh's tried to leave it, and he has been bowled middle stump in the end as it ricochets off him and onto the stumps. So the second wicket for Matt Taylor, and we'll have a look at the replay here. Delivery which was well outside off stump, and he's just angled it off. I guess it must have been the inside edge to have taken it at that angle, and onto middle stump, which has been uprooted. 115 for 4.
For me, that was a short ball, that was definitely back of the leg, if not a bit further back towards Taylor than that. I wonder whether he really misjudged the length of it. It was one he probably didn't need to play out at all, but he got in a bit of a tangle, and
he just couldn't get that bat out of the way of it. So another key strike for Gloucestershire. Matt Taylor, as he so often does, he's someone who takes wickets in bunches. I know I say it a lot, but then that's because he does it a lot. So his second wicket in space of a few overs in this spell, and that brings Adam Rossington out to the crease. Very experienced player and a very underrated player, I would say, in all formats of the game, but particularly in first class cricket, because he just doesn't get talked about very much at all, and is a very solid first class player. Just an average tick over 36, and plenty of runs under his belt this season as well. He hasn't played in all the matches, he's played in 7 of them. In fact, only 8 innings in those 7 matches, but 350 runs at 49.5. Just doesn't get talked about around the county circuit that much, I don't think, for his first class batting, for his T20 batting perhaps, but Northants need him to dig them out of a hole here. Matt Taylor is in bowls, and Rossington drives firmly through extra cover. There's a chase on for Chris Dent out towards the boundary. He will haul it in, and the batsman really just jogging through for a couple of runs. So Rossington ensures that there weren't 2 batsmen out there on 0 for very long, and the foot movement wasn't necessarily where it might be later on in his innings, but equally he's got good enough hand-eye coordination still to time that one nicely away through the offside. 117 for 4. Matt Taylor bowls to Rossington, who is beaten by that one, and that was a rather pokey attempt to play at the ball there from Rossington. Actually, the feet hadn't necessarily gone too far off his first ball, and they didn't really go too far again there.
Yes, you said you were scrabbling for a name.
Oh, this name.
Yeah, so I was scrabbling for a name as you were talking about that, and I've just managed to come up with it, but I not your name, my name.
Matt Taylor in and bowls. Oh, and there's a strangled shout, it has to be said, from some Gloucestershire players. Matt Taylor didn't really go up for it, which might be the clue, but the back of a length ball from Matt Taylor, and Rossington looking to cut. I'm not sure whether he was looking to cut over the top of the slips or not, but in fact, really not sure where he was looking to hit it, and he's fortunate really that he didn't get an edge on it, because he was playing well away from his body, not totally committed to the shot, but no edge, and the end of another successful over for Matt Taylor, 117 for 4. So your name was?
Rory Kleinfeldt.
Rory Kleinfeldt, yes, okay.
And I had in my head, right, burly South African.
Yes,
bold,
he was a bit after that time though, wasn't he?
You know, bold pretty aggressively, batted aggressively.
Yeah. I loved watching Kleinfeldt, and he had a pretty decent international career actually as well when he was picked.
Higgins then to Zabe, who has now got skipper Rossington for company. So Gouldstone's going to be batting at number 7. And then Taylor. And I'm not sure whether, a bit like the Indian batting, you wouldn't think that Kerrigan, Sanderson and White would give you very much on the basis of their career numbers. Zabe gets that on the inside half of the bat out to Van Buren. So 4 wickets down now, and Ed's desire to see Zafar Gohar maybe put back another 20 minutes.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, potentially could be a situation where he might come on to try and prize out the tail, which is often the case with spinners in these conditions if the seamers can't get it done.
Zabe still waiting for his first run, but not looking inherently bothered by that, or unduly worried by it. This would be a better phrase to use. Higgins bowled 1 over before lunch in this second spell of his, so he'll keep going for a little while yet, you would think. That's a bit straighter, and again Zabe gets across, fielded by Zafar Gohar. So with the 4 slips, he's only got 3 men on the leg side. Higgins, gaps everywhere if Zabe wants to try and work the ball into the onside, just a mid-wicket, a mid-on and a long leg. But Higgins isn't giving him anything to go that way at the moment.
He's still hoping, I think, for a single out into that offside area, but they've squeezed in quite close. Both the mid-off fielder Chris Dent and Charlesworth at point. They sort of seem closer than those 2 fielding positions might indicate they are, and it's making it difficult for Zabe just to get a single to get off the mark.
Again, that's slightly back over length. His direction this morning initially wasn't quite on the money, but gradually the spell got more accurate, and he's done better in this second spell as well. Vasconcelos for 37, Gay for 44, Proctor for 2, and Keogh for 18, the men out. 2 wickets to Tom Price and 2 to Matt Taylor. So all 4 from the pavilion end today. Higgins has now bowled 14 overs for 22.
It's gradually getting its own back, isn't it, after last year when all the wickets seemed to fall from the Ashley Down Road end. It's gradually seemingly evening itself out. So Matt Taylor into his 11th over, and Ryan Higgins is being ordered onto the leg side. So for Rossington, they'll still have that cover wide open, allowing him to get the ball through that region, but there's that short mid-wicket and Higgins going into mid-on as Matt Taylor bowls full and played defensively by Rossington out towards Chris Dent at mid-off. The cricketer that I was trying to think of, and I thought of another one whilst I was on the walk. I thought of Johan van der Vaart. That was one, but the one I was trying to get to was Johan Lowe.
Right.
And I just thought of it as I was about to correct the search from Northamptonshire squad 2009 to Northamptonshire cricket squad 2009. That's full, driven gloriously by Rossington through extra cover for 4. Handsome shot there, and when Matt Taylor has just floated it up there on that drive length, he's been hit for quite a few runs. The figures look much, much better with those 2 wickets there, and he would say it's worth trying some full deliveries because you should try and bring the slips into play, but he has also paid the price a few times, going for a couple of boundaries and with no cover in position.
So I think that's
nobody to stop it.
I think that's 8 boundaries now he's conceded.
Rossington's certainly not somebody who's going to take a backward step. Matt Taylor in and bowls to Rossington, who plays a defensive shot with a high elbow up to Matt Taylor in his follow through. I was trying to go through all the Kolpak players that I could think of that Northants had in that quite short space of time. But then, as the general move from everybody went away from that route of doing things, route of trying to stay very competitive, they produced more players from their academy. So that's guided away out towards backward point. There's no run. I mean, I suppose maybe they would say we were just filling a gap until we could get ourselves into a position where we could bring some more youngsters through. And, you know, I guess the titles that they've won in the T20, whilst a lot of that has been down to canny recruitment, actually embracing the statistical side of things as well, which I think Northants were quicker than others to do. Matt Taylor bowls and angled by Rossington through the gully. They'll just get 1 as Lace moves back from his position at 3rd slip. So Rossington up to 7, 122 for 4. But they certainly had a lot of those Kolpak players, and it well, there was one match in particular against Leicestershire, because Leicestershire had gone pretty much the same route, and I can't remember what the number was out of the 22 who were playing in the match that weren't England qualified, but it must have been getting up towards that sort of 14, 15 kind of number, which was just extraordinary. Last ball of this over, Matt Taylor over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who's forward in defence out towards point, so he's going to have to wait another over to get off the mark potentially.
Obviously there's a lot of interest in this part of the world in rugby union. Bristol having had a very good season last year. A lot of Gloucester rugby supporters love their cricket as well, and I know that some of the wags who follow Gloucester used to refer to Saracens as London, South Africa.
Well, yes, quite.
Here is Zabe just wafting at 1 off Ryan Higgins, but Higgins is going to have a breather, and Gerard Warner's going to come back. Higgins 14 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 22.
He's done that, you know, he's done the thing that James Anderson always does, which is if he's not picked up wickets, he's not gone for runs, which means that he just needs 1, and all of a sudden he's out, you know, he's up with his career average of sort of 25 or so, even if he's gone quite a while without picking up a wicket.
Back to 2 slips for Warner, over the wicket outside the off stump, and Rossington lets it go. So for Warner, there is still no 3rd man, but there is a long leg. Matt Taylor down in front of the scoreboard. Backward point, cover and mid-off, mid-wicket and square leg on the leg sides, as well as Van Buren now at mid-on. So very much more a split field. Ball is Rossington, and that's punched off the back foot. That'll be a chase for Tom Price out towards the point boundary. He might want to cut it off, and the ball's just beaten him. Tumbling effort to try and haul it in, but Rossington, how can I put this politely, he's built to play a shot like that. And if he times it off the back foot, it's going to have every chance of going to the rope.
Yeah, because he didn't really get very much into that shot as well, but it's still all timing. It's not, you know, he's not absolutely brute force out there.
Warner past umpire Shaughnessy, tries the Yorker.
Ow.
That was right on the bottom of the bat. Kept out, but I certainly felt that go.
Oh, I can feel it in my hands
now.
The
sense go right. The reaction of that would have gone right up through his right arm.
Just that shudder. Oh, dear me.
So I think Rossington felt it too.
It's the only part of the bat I ever used.
Well, mine was the edge normally. Never out in the middle, that's for sure. Warner off this long approach. Again, that's slightly fuller. And Rossington doesn't go through with the shot, and Warner fields off his own bowling. We've said that this is his first class debut for Gloucestershire, but he has had 3 previous first class matches.
I can remember watching one of those when he was playing on loan for Sussex. I remember being impressed then, before he was connected with Gloucestershire at all.
Again, that's almost a half volley, and Rossington's smoked that away past a straightish mid-off for 4. That was just a little bit too full. Rossington is in a lovely position to play that all the way along the ground.
Save must be watching this from the other end. As we've got one batsman there who's now got 15 off 13 balls, including some of the most glorious 4s you'll see. And at the other end, you've got a batsman who's gone 22 balls without getting off the mark. That's cricket for you.
130 for 4. Score could still be anything from here. Warner in. There's a cry of wait on from Rossington. He won't get a single there. Ben Charlesworth does the fielding. I think your hunch about this, Ed, might be right. We could be talking about, scores in the mid to high 200s. Gloucestershire would want to get Northants obviously out for less than that, but if there's a bit of stickability from one of these two, and then the lower middle order can contribute a bit, then that's where Northants may get to. Gloucestershire will do the best, obviously, to get them out more cheaply. And to that end, they've got 4 wickets already. And a message from Adam Smith on the 100 versus the Blast. He says, the schedule is an impossible task. There's no way you can fit everything in without starting the season in March. The end game to all this is for the 100 to make enough money for the counties to give up on the Blast with a financial incentive from the ECB. That would allow a 16-match county championship and a 50-over competition. Interesting view.
Here is Matt Taylor starting a new over. Bowls to Zabe, who rises up onto the back foot, but can't get a run out to back point.
I would say that, I'm not saying that is not an original view from Adam, but I think I've heard the steer of that sort of thing before.
I think, in many ways, that's possibly exactly right, but so you can't say at this stage.
So you wouldn't be having a T20 World Cup with England?
It's just personal speculation, of course. Matt Taylor in, bowls wide, and it has been edged. I must say that it looked rather suspicious, and so it proved to be. Gone into the ground and then caught in the slips. I never bought that one, and neither did umpire Ramage. Taken quite comfortably at second slip by Miles Hammond, but it just looked wrong.
Tom Lace certainly clapped the applaud the catch twice. Whether he thought there was a genuine chance of it being out.
Matt Taylor to Zabe, pulls, and he's clothed it somewhat through square leg. They'll pick up 2. Van Buren will stop it well short of the rope, and that will be all there is, just those 2 runs, but it's a 2-run set which will feel rather good for Safe Zabe, who is off the mark to his 25th delivery. I've seen longer stays before getting off the mark, but I think 25 balls is long enough from any batsman's point of view. Here comes Matt Taylor, he bowls. Oh, inside edge! And it beats. Leg stump, goes down towards Fine Leg, who is very fine. And so it is just the single. So saving 3 runs, having their Fine Leg so fine there. Zabe with a rather large slice of luck there. Whether the ball did keep low or if he just wasn't on the front foot when he possibly should have been, but there we go, as is so often the way. Scores off 2 consecutive deliveries, having not scored for until its 25th. Rossington now on strike, and there's a discussion about field placements here, and Gloucestershire are now going to have a fielder in that gap at cover, and they're going to take that fielder from the leg side. So Charlesworth in at mid-wicket, but no catching mid-wicket and square leg, as a straight delivery from Matt Taylor is defended easily enough by Rossington out to Graham Van Buren, who's fielding in the covers.
The impression that Rossington's given us so far is that he's going to play, if not exclusively, certainly the majority of his forceful shots on the offside.
Yeah, which in general has been how Northants have gone about it anyway. They've been searching for that delivery that's just a bit too full, and they felt like they can drive fairly easily off that. Taylor bowls, driven through extra cover by Rossington. It won't, I think, quite go to the boundary. Dent's very quick from mid-off, and they're going to know they're not going to take a 3rd on from the arm. Something's gone flying off Chris Dent as he sent that throw in. I have no idea what that was. A plaster or something? Ah, quite right, for when he broke his finger. Indeed, so that's come off, and they've only taken 2 to a ball that almost made it to one of the longer boundaries out there. Terrific work from Chris Dent in the field. Rossington up to 17 with that couple. 135 for 4.
Yes, I think it was Richard in Longwell Green who said when we were given the side this morning, Chris Dent was down to about at number 4, and he wondered whether that was to do with Dent's finger. He's certainly got some sort of protection on the index finger of his left hand, and he is at mid-off for Zabe, who waits for Warner, and again he defends. 67 for no wicket. Northants were at about 12:30. They were 90 for 2 at lunch, and now in just about an hour after. They've only 45 in an hour after lunch, so that's not too pedestrian. But in that so 67 to say for no wicket in 90 minutes, and they've lost 4 wickets in the next 90 minutes, which is Gloucestershire putting themselves right back into it, and a no ball call there from umpire O'Shaughnessy. It was I think one that slipped from Warner's perspective. Have another look at this. Certainly his front foot was miles behind the line. It was not a no ball. I know it wasn't a front foot no ball. That's for sure.
Well, that's his first and final warning, so he can't do it again.
Warner drags that one backhand, gets quite a good bounce too. Taken by James Bracey.
I haven't actually seen a genuine beamer for a while in county championship cricket. I don't think I've seen one this season.
Not sure what he tried here. That was the one that followed it. Three slips for former Yorkshireman. And again, that one's a bit wider outside the off stump.
I don't think you're ever a former Yorkshireman, are you?
You're either a Yorkshireman or you're not.
Yeah, once a Yorkie, always a Yorkie. You might not play for Yorkshire, but...
Let's see if you ask Josh Shaw, are you a former Yorkshireman? No. I'm not a former Yorkshireman.
Gosh, it was like he was in the room.
Warner turns at the end of his run. Gloucestershire looking to really get some sort of dominance here, but they can't do it there. A bit wide from Warner, and Zabe hit it straight to Charlesworth at backward point.
I think it's because I described Zabe as a busy player. 3 off, what is it, 3 off 31 now, and the scoring shots have been a mistimed pull shot, a Harrow drive for 1, and he's missed out on a delivery which I'm pretty sure if that had been bowled to Rossington, the boundary boards might not still be intact.
He's looked to try and really be the glue in this middle order, if whilst perhaps others around him play more aggressively. But so he is still there, even though the Northants run rate is falling. I mean, it's still 3.2 or thereabouts.
Yes, it certainly would have been had Rossington not made the positive start that he has. To a certain extent, maybe that has actually taken a bit of the pressure off Zabe as well.
That's a fair point. Warner sprinting in, round the wicket. And Zabe again defends. And Warner's got through 8 overs in all, no wicket for 29. The wicket takers, Matt Taylor 2 for 52 from 12. And Tom Price 2 for 16 from 7. And in fact, Price is handing his sweaters to Jack Taylor, which probably indicates he may be returning.
Indeed, and Matt Taylor still had his cap off and was fielding right in front of the dugouts actually. Dugouts, even though they're not really used for championship cricket, of course, they are still used by the 12th and 13th, who have to keep running on during the match. He had the opportunity to get a sweater and a cap back, but he didn't, so it almost seems as if that may have been a last-minute decision from Chris Dent not to give Matt Taylor another over. Either that or he's just going to field without a cap for a while. But it is Tom Price returning, and Price the man who got the opening 2 breakthroughs. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. He's got 3 slips in place as he comes in now to Rossington. And Rossington gets one that comes back at him. A shout for leg before wicket is turned down by umpire Ramage. And maybe it just came back a bit too much. It's going to be a leg by. And in fact, no, not a leg bye, it was signalled a run, so Ramage has said that there was inside edge involved. Now, it did hit Rossington quite high up, but certainly looked worth a shout, but it has not been signalled leg bye, so that clearly the reason first and foremost that umpire Ramage did not raise the finger. Here's Tom Price, and he doesn't let go of the ball. Sold everyone a dummy there. And I've just realised I've been talking about the championship scores, but I should also have mentioned the final round of matches that are taking place in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And certainly from those of us here at Bristol are very much wishing on the Western Storm well in their efforts to win their match against Sunrisers. If they do that, they are probably going to go through to finals day. Tom Price bowls with grunt back of a length, and in behind that one is Zabe, playing that one up the pitch. That match is taking place at Fenners in Cambridge. 22 for no wicket. Pardon me, 28 for no wicket. Just got the latest score there. Western Storm after 5 overs. And the other match in that group, Thunder 22 for 2 after 4.5 overs against the Diamonds. That's a short ball, top edged. It's gone high in the air down towards the long stop rope, and I think the fielder there signalling 4, and that's what the umpire will now signal as well. But Tom Price bowling a pretty sharp bouncer, and when I say bouncer, it really get up too high on Zabe, but he obviously wasn't able to get on top of it, and the top edge flying away safely for 4, 142 for 4. Zabe's scoring shots continue to be rather unorthodox, and he's moved up to 7.
He's not looked convincing out there, as far as to say. But in just about an hour for his 7.
It's been a strange old innings this so far from Zabe, but also from Northants in general, really. Some batsmen have looked very comfortable before getting out. Vasconcelos, Rossington in particular, even Keogh to a certain extent was not looking too troubled, but then Emilio Gay scratched about a bit in the morning session. Zabe has more than done that in this innings so far. So that's just turned into the leg side. Quick single, this could be out with a hit. In fact, it would have been, but it's not hit direct. And a big chance there, admittedly only one stump to aim at.
But Gohai's left-handed, isn't he? That's the thing. And
I don't think they'd factored that into their equations. Rossington was the man running to the danger end, didn't get a great start either, it has to be said, and would have been out by a mile if that had hit. But they picked up a single, 143 for 4, and maybe that another indication of actually Zabe was feeling more pressure than perhaps it seemed. Price bowls, good length delivery, defended by Rossington, out into the covers. But Tom Price has, even though he's gone for 6 runs this over, he's picked up right where he left off in the morning session. And so, really, he's got to still be feeling pretty good about things, even if it has been, on the face of it, a more expensive over. There's the last ball of it. Price bowls. Rossington drives, flashes that one through point. And Gohar on the hard pursuit, but won't get it. And it rolls over the boundary rope for 4. 147 for 4. Rossington up to 22. But I still think even that one, it wasn't a genuine half volley. He's driven that one on the up as Rossington. I don't think Price can be aggrieved about that one either, but still, it's ended up being 10 runs off the over, 147 for 4, but a perfectly good over.
Yeah, and to pick up on your point, Ed, about Rossington's scoring, his general rate of scoring, if he's out there in the middle, will be healthy. And he is now So he's got 22 at better than a runner ball. Zabe at the other end, finding things a bit more challenging. And here's Warner to try and challenge him again. That's almost a leg stump Yorker, but
Good stop.
well stopped by Zafar Gohar again. He's been mid-wicket most of the day. So far he's been doing the odd little bit of gentle stretching, but no indications so far about when he might get a bowl. Obviously 96 overs in the day, so we're not even at halfway yet. Gloucestershire's over 8 might need to quicken up a little bit. It would certainly help that. Warner in. And Zabe again defends. I wonder if you've perhaps been out this morning, joined us since lunch. Gloucestershire left out Ian Cobain, Jack Taylor and George Scott from the squad they named for the match, so it means a first-class debut for Gloucestershire for Jared Warner, and obviously a Gloucestershire debut for Zafar Gohar as well. He's not had a bowl yet, and he's looking on from mid-wicket as Warner is in. Again, that's outside the off-stump. I don't know whether he's one of those bowlers where you can pick his line quite early, and I've not played first-class cricket, so it's impossible for me to say I could stand where Zabe is and pick the line, whether it's fifth stump or straighter than that. But at this point, and Warner is obviously a younger bowler with less experience at this level, he's still striving for that sort of Higgins consistency of line all the time. Again, that's a little bit straighter, a little bit more fourth stump rather than fifth stump. The fifth stump ones you can easily leave, the fourth stump ones you've got to play at, and then there's tended to be just one that's a little bit straighter right on the pads or on the boots that's just offered a possible scoring opportunity. He's not been expensive.
No, and if you're going to be the type of bowler that Warner is, you also have to take the fact that he is going to be a bit more expensive. That's just going to be part of it.
4 boundaries he's conceded, but that's very much wide. That's 2 sets of stumps and more outside the off stump, and taken by James Rish. Yes, he's conceded 4 boundaries, but I think at least a couple of those were off Emilio Gay, sort of kind of outside half of the bat, steered along the ground down to third man. So he's not really been driven much. The ones that he has pitched up have tended to be left by the batsman, and Ryan Higgins just having a chat with him about perhaps something he might try to bring Zabe forward a little bit. Crowd has grown a little bit during the day. A few more now on the Hammond roof and at the Thatcher's front of the Thatcher's bar. Here is Warner again. That's a better ball, and it's taken by Hammond. Good low catch. Everything's going to Hammond today. He's dropped 2, but now he's caught 2, and a first-class wicket for Gloucestershire for Jared Warner. And Zabe has to make the long walk back. This was a good take, actually. That wasn't an easy one. And Northants are 147 for 5.
He never really looked comfortable out there, did Zabe, but you just felt as if he just got one away, then he might start to open things up and it could be danger time. But Gloucestershire have got rid of him before that happens, and as you say, it was a smart catch by Hammond, and I thought actually off the edge of Zabe that it was going to fall short, because he didn't play it that hard. He had to play at it, but it wasn't a real jab at the ball, so I thought there was a fair chance that might drop short, but it didn't. And Hammond with a very smart catch, and Warner, from his point of view, will feel that is justice, because he should have had a wicket this morning and also caused enough problems to get a wicket, even if you don't take into account the one that he had.
You may have spotted as the
down.
players just broke for a sanitisation break and also for some drinks, as Harry Goldston comes out at number 7. Quite an embrace between Tom Price and Jared Warner, and I think a sense of relief for Warner that he's got a wicket in that spell. 1 for 29, and that spell may not be over either. That's the other thing we should say. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 29. But no. Well, we were saying that it looked like it might be a 250, 280 kind of first innings. More Gloucestershire wouldn't want that now. Not at 147 for 5. Inexperienced Goldston at number 7, and then you're into the, well, definitely the lower order, and I say 9, 10, 11 mightn't produce very much.
Tom Price continuing, bowls to Rossington, who clips leg side, and there's nobody between. Well, in fact, mid-on is the only fielder on the leg side saving the single, so really Rossington just being allowed pretty much to get off strike there. 148 for 5, and I was wondering if that wicket would change how Rossington played. I think I know the answer to that, which is likely to be no. I think Rossington will continue to play as he plays, but Goldston batting, albeit looks as if he's got a sleeveless jumper on, batting in shirt sleeves, and the first delivery's a no ball, but is a play and a miss also from Goldston, coming forward and not meeting the ball, but well, those no balls, they'll cause you problems one day. In fact, for Tom Price, if memory serves, they already have, in terms of taking a wicket off one, but in terms of conceding runs, in terms of releasing pressure, but also in terms of wickets that you take off them, it's not a good habit to have. Tom Price in and bowls. Ooh, that one's come off the inside half onto pad. Goldston looking a little nervy in his first couple of deliveries here.
So everything we know about Harry Goldston we could say very briefly. He played in the one session game here last year where he didn't bat, obviously, because Gloucestershire were batting. And in his only other first-class game, he's made 67 not out and 17 not out.
Yep, hasn't been dismissed. That was against Glamorgan at Cardiff.
And he's 20.
So average infinity. Here is Price. Right arm over, in and bowls. One maybe just coming back a touch towards Goldston, or maybe really just on with the angle into the right-hander, but Price continued to get quite close to those stumps, and as yet he's not had the Stephen Finn problem of kicking them, but
3 no balls from Price today so far.
Yeah, 8.5 overs. Here is Tom Price, is in, and that's left alone by Goldston. Looked like he saw that one much earlier. But in terms of actually a bowling combination for the future, I guess at Cheltenham probably talked about the potential of a Goodman-Price combination with the extra height that Goodman's got with the more skiddy pace of Tom Price. But Jared Warner also falls under that kind of, or into that kind of category. It's Tom Price into Goldston, who angles that one nicely through the gully region, and it's heading towards the rope. There's going to be a chase on for Tom Price, pardon me, Tom Lace. Said one thing, meant the other, and Tom Lace is able to haul it in before it goes to the rope. 2 runs to Harry Goldston, and he's off the mark. 152 for 5, the 150 coming up with the no ball. But you know, there's a lot of talk about the future being bright at Gloucestershire, and I think it's nice to see these things happening out on the field. It's nice to see a a Tom Price, Jared Warner bowling partnership out there, and it's having a decent amount of success. Price bowls, and Goldston, I think he actually did have a think about playing at that one, even though it was well away from off stump, well outside off, and although he didn't come especially close to the ball, did still have a think about it. There's the celebration of Jared Warner, and he's not given Zabe a send-off at all. It's just pure delight from Warner that he's grabbed the wicket, which is nice to see. The celebration is towards his slip cord and not towards the batsman walking off. But understandable delight for Jared Warner, having picked up his first-class wicket for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's just, I know we keep repeating it, but 67 for no wicket to 147 for 5. 5 wickets for 80. Having got 2 men in, that's 67 for no wicket. It's been a good fight back here from Gloucestershire, and Rossington, the Northants captain, now waits for Warner. Wildly down the leg side. Nothing Bracey could do about that, and that will run away for 1 by.
He's done pretty well to keep it down from 4 of them. I think there was too much else he could have done there, really, other than knock it down. Warner's of a pace which doesn't give Bracey as much time to react as he might perhaps have, and also the fact that he's in pretty close, because he needs to be to make sure the ball's going to carry to him.
Yes, we've seen Higgins bowled one in particular this morning that really ripped off a length, but hasn't really been shown to be an awful lot of outrageous bounce on this pitch. Warner tries the slightly slower Yorker, full ball Yorker, and squeezed away by Gouldstone.
He just started it a little bit too straight, but it's bananaing in towards the body of the right-hander there. But
quite a big in-swinger, but
yeah, if he just started that one a little bit wider and it spears in towards middle stump,
kind
then
of shows
you might be
a little
talking.
bit about Warner's action. He's fairly chest on, so that the in-swinger would be naturally the ball that would be easier for him to bowl. Here's again, that's outside the off-stump, and Rossington, well, he could have really creamed that past point, but played the shot well after the ball had gone. A lot will depend on how quickly he scores now. Mark from Madrid. It's been on the social media, and a little poll. The respondents are saying Gloucestershire are ahead in the match now. 56% of the respondents to that poll are saying that Gloucestershire are in front. Northants 18%, pretty level, 25%.
Well,
so
that's not a biased sample at all on the Gloucestershire stream.
Thanks for those who voted on that. I think most cricket fans are pretty objective people. We certainly try and be objective here. Warner short, and Rossington almost in slow motion thought about playing that, and
I think he's still deciding what he should
yeah,
have done with
well,
it.
I think he would have liked to have planted it where the temporary seating was on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. That's where he'd like to have gone with it.
Into a car windscreen.
Probably. But those seats now, of course, have been removed. But there is still international cricket to be played here in Bristol this season. I think it's the 16th of September.
Yep.
Warner again outside the off stump.
Tickets available. Visit the club website. England versus New Zealand in the Women's ODI series, which should be an excellent series because New Zealand have got Susie Bates back, who is one of their big headline players, and she was not playing when England visited New Zealand in the winter and still managed to win the series, but potentially Susie Bates to come back in and make a big difference. They're also missing Leah Tahuhu, their main strike bowler, for quite a lot of that series as well. So it should be a really good game, and the games have been really good at Bristol in general, in international cricket in general, men's or women's, but women's games at Bristol have very much been worth turning up to, whether they be international or domestic. And there are still 2 Western Storm games taking place here at Bristol on the 12th and 18th of September, so do join us for those as well. Here's Tom Price continuing to Gouldstone, who plays defensively off the front foot, and Ian was just pointing out to me that Zafar Gohar was just going through a couple of warm-up swings there, but whether that's a hint towards Chris Densart, I don't know. I suspect for not too many of Gohar's first-class matches in his career, he for not too many of them, he would have still not have bowled in the 48th over. Tom Price moves in and bowls. Oh, and another unintentional hit of the batters. Gouldstone was looking to leave this time, but unlike Keogh, he managed to get it to go on the offside rather than the leg side and onto his stumps.
Good stop by Tom Lace, actually.
Yeah, sharp work. Really flashed off that edge. Not too far off being a catching opportunity, actually. They're standing that close. Tom Price in and bowls to Gouldstone, a comfortable leave this time, and he made absolutely sure that he got those hands well up towards shoulder height so that the bat was way out of the way that time. Wasn't going to make the same mistake twice.
There's our email if you'd like to get in touch with us during the afternoon. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. If you can predict when the sun will be coming out, you can buy my lottery ticket later in the week. I don't think we're going to be seeing the sun actually this afternoon.
Yes, you might not be seeing it much throughout the 4 days. Here's Tom Price, he's in, and Gouldstone leaves, but once again he's leaving with that bat quite close actually to where the ball was. So having made sure he got absolutely everything out of the way of it the previous ball, he's back to having it not actually miss the bat by that much. Here's the replay. It's just it's a fairly lazy, actually, fairly lazy leave. Not a really kind of decisive. It was almost as if he can't be bothered to leave it properly. Just almost wants to watch it go by. Might be better off doing that. Doesn't watch that one go by though. He's beaten by it. It's a no ball though, again from Tom Price. So the second time in this short spell that Price has been no ball off a delivery which has beaten Gouldstone. 156 now for 5. Speaking of the Western Storm, they're 68 for 1 now after 10.2 overs, so not a bad start from them. The bad news is that the Thunder are 55 for 4 after 11 overs, and if Northern Diamonds win by a bonus point, then as Price bowls wide and flashed away through the gully region by Gouldstone, and he'll get 4, his first boundary. So he moves up to 7. Bit of width from Tom Price, and Gouldstone didn't hold back. He was looking to carve it through the offside, and not sure whether he absolutely meant it to go as fine as that, but he certainly meant to pick up 4 runs for it and did.
Yeah, it was wide enough. There wasn't an awful lot of risk there, I don't think.
Yeah. Tom Price moves in and bowls to Gouldstone, and Goldstone's once again beaten. So in a good little battle this between 2 cricketers on the younger end of things. Price versus Gouldstone, end of the over, 160 for 5. We'll have a look at the replay of that last delivery there. Price just drawing Gouldstone into the shot. It's not that full actually, but Gouldstone just pushing at it, not finding the outside edge.
So Price has bowled 10 overs, 2 for 37. Matt Taylor 12 overs, 2 for 52. Warner 10 overs, 1 for 30. And here is Zafar Gohar to come on in the 49th over with his slow left arm spin. He's going to bowl with the shorter straight boundary, perhaps a little bit surprisingly.
I think maybe it's just thinking about the potential footmarks that Price may already have created. I think it may be more down to that than anything else.
And obviously with the opportunity of Matt Taylor bowling at that end as well. We've got the two right-handers. He's going to bowl, if he was going to bowl around the wicket, he's got the possibility of the left armour. So we'll see. And he's going to start by bowling round the wicket to Rossington, with just the one slip and a short leg. So our first sighting of him. He's played one test for Pakistan and one ODI, but he does have a, I feel I want to say the Habib, he has got a Habib bank of first class experience, but here he is, just trotting through a dummy delivery. Quite a short run.
It's actually Zarai Tarakiati Bank, not,
there
not
we are.
Habib Bank. But
Rossington squared his stance up and around the wicket. Chris Dent does the fielding. Interesting action in the sense that he's almost, rather than being almost chest on, he's almost got to turn too far, it feels. He's very, oh, there's a lovely delivery. Second up.
How that missed.
That's beautifully bowled. And Rossington's stance is quite square, as you can see. And that's turned a long way. That's just pitched up, tossed up, and Rossington forward. But the right shoulder is very square. He's got to really bring his whole body right round to bowl to the right-hander. There was before your time, Ed. There was a bowler who bowled for Leicestershire in the, I'm thinking mid to late 70s here. I'll come back to his name in a minute. Who was somebody who really had to go hard in once more. That's just punched away by Rossington out through the offside. But in terms of, is a bowler chest on or are they sideways on? And this guy was the most sideways bowler I'd seen as a young player playing the game as I was then. Graham Mackenzie was his name, and so far here, to me, he's almost having to go as far as Graham Mackenzie did as a quicker bowler in terms of the way he's got to get his body right round from the from absolutely sideways on, which is textbook, of course, but he started with a very, very interesting first over.
That's 161 to 5.
Terry Blake on the PA, just making sure those on the ground know where we are. 161 for 5, 49 overs gone, and still 15 overs to go until the tea interval. So we're going to having a late tea, and B, I would suspect quite a long stint from Zafar up until tea, if not beyond.
Yep, potentially. I mean, if he keeps bowling like that, you're not going to take him off, are you? Tom Price to continue to Rossington, and they've kind of plugged that gap on the leg side where Rossington was just able to get a single wherever he wants. They put a mid-wicket in now, and Rossington drives through extra cover with some disdain, and it's gone away to the boundary for 4. 28 now to Rossington. That's his 5th boundary. It's 28 off 31 deliveries, and he's really driven on the up several times, and admittedly that one may be a bit more of a half volley, but that was really dismissed from his presence. 165 for 5. Just down to 2 slips now for Rossington.
Would you be tempted to have a catching extra cover?
Yep, that's certainly a potential field position. Rossington drives and picks the gap once again. Dent will hair after this one from cover, and I think they're going to, yeah, they're only going to get 2 out of it. Dent threw it into the cut-off man, as they would say in baseball terms, who was Ryan Higgins at mid-off, and even though that was the case, actually Higgins kind of let it go through to the bowler, they still only managed 2, and that is a long old boundary out there, but Rossington will be quite happy with those 2 runs. Moves him up to 30. Higgins discussing with Tom Price, maybe offering him a suggestion or 2 about what to bowl next delivery. Price is in, and that's a bit straighter, and Rossington is able to defend back up the pitch. And I guess the decision you've got to make is, do you mind going for a few runs to try and get the wicket bowling outside the off stump and bringing those catches into play behind the stumps, or even potentially bringing a catch through the offside somewhere into the frame? Or are you going to try and force Rossington to play through the leg side and bowl very tight on the stumps? Price is in. It's back of a length, outside off stump really. Rossington didn't particularly like the look of that one and just jabbed it away out towards cover. Did I hear no ball called there?
I don't think so. I think it was it 2 left in the over?
Yeah, it was just, I thought I'd heard a cry, obviously not. There was no pointed signal towards the scorers anyway, so I think it must not have been. Somebody said something in the crowd just at the wrong moment. Tom Price moves in and bowls. Rossington with another drive towards Gohar at point, but all he can do is slide and make sure that the ball doesn't go towards the boundary. Did pretty well there, and it's just a single to move the total up to 168 for 5. And Gouldstone's just got 1 ball to face this over.
Dry dust on his trousers as a result of that. He's fielding right on a wicket end there. He was when he dived to make that stop. Third slip in for Gouldstone.
Last ball of this over. Price in, and it's full and played comfortably off the front foot by Gouldstone out into the covers. So it's been actually a couple of rather expensive overs from Tom Price in this spell. He's not been without threat. The no balls certainly haven't helped, but it's the replay of that ball. Oh my goodness, how on earth is that missed? Did it just go over? Did it just go past the stumps? A beauty it was, but just not quite good enough to take the stumps.
Yeah, Price has bowled 4 overs for 28 in this spell. And here is Zafar Gohar back with the slip and the short leg around the wicket. That was a little bit too straight, and Rossington able to defend it. I say he's taken 144 wickets in first-class cricket in the subcontinent, and that's just a little bit short this time. And out to Graham Van Buren at deep point for a single. Gohar to Gouldstone might be a little more interesting. Rossington, you feel, would have a bit more expertise to play him, but the youngster, I know it's an orthodox spin, but he's got well forward to that, and again played it out to Van Buren. 170 for 5 Northants. They were 100 for 2 at one stage, 102 for 2 at one stage. And then it's been an ebb and flow kind of day. One good stand for the first wicket, and then some stands that threatened a little bit after that. This one's worth 23 at the moment. Rossington waits for Zafar. He comes a long way forward. Use of flight's going to be interesting to watch, isn't it? Because he's not the tallest man, so he wouldn't have to create the loop, if you like, from the trajectory, rather than to look for just pick a tall left arm spinner out of my head, Phil Edmonds, who would have had the greater height to give you the different trajectory. For a smaller man, he's got a different challenge there for Zafar with how he uses flight. 171 for 5, 33 to Rossington and 8 to Gouldstone. Price is going to keep going. He's only bowled 4 overs in this spell, but there's been 4 overs which have shelled 28 runs at the moment. But he's going to keep going, still with that mid-off and cover, but without an extra cover.
Here comes Tom Price. He's in and bowls, and Rossington in behind that one and playing that one back to the bowler. And just on a completely different note, we've had a message from Josh Shaw, who is listening, and we were talking earlier about Josh Shaw and Jared Warner, and I did, one of those things that you notice, they're both born in Wakefield, but Josh Shaw pointing out that both him and Jared played all their junior and senior cricket together at Wakefield Thorns, right from under 9s to the first team. So that's how well they know each other. Tom Price in and bowls, and Rossington drives out towards extra cover, and there is no run. So thank you, Josh. Sorry that it's taken me about half an hour to get to that one, but such is the way. Not really used to people messaging me.
Personally?
No, well, not really, particularly today. We had about 3 correspondents all day, and now I've missed one of the few who's got in touch with us. Here comes Tom Price. He bowls, and in behind that one, Rossington playing that one up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
So what Josh is saying is, once a Yorkie, always a Yorkie.
I think so. I think that is probably the message to be taken from that. Thank you, Josh.
I think I'm going to use the phrase former Yorkshire. Former Yorkshire player. Former Yorkshire player is correct, but former Yorkshireman, probably not. About Jared Warner.
There's Tom Price past umpire Ramage and bowls. Oh, that one looked like it moved quite considerably off the pitch, and it's off the body of Rossington and down towards fine leg.
Another no ball.
Was it?
Well, I thought I saw a signal from...
Yeah, you're right. It just a bit late going up on the board. Yeah. They put the leg by up, and then the no ball went up just then. So another no ball. 174 now for 5. Almost caused Rossington some problems, that, because it looked like it moved quite extravagantly off the pitch. Price bowls, Gouldstone angles that one, terrific hand from Lace at 3rd slip, and it slows it down enough for them to just get the single. Rossington roaring Gouldstone back into his ground, and so just the single to Gouldstone, who moves up to 9, 175 for 5.
So 16 of that Northants total have been brought up by no balls today.
Well, and if it is the kind of game that we've had a couple of times in terms of every run may well count. 16 is a pretty sizable number of runs if it's going to be that sort of game. Tom Price bowls to Rossington, who plays defensively.
Yeah, so
and it's another no ball. And
Price is now, so there's now been 9 no balls bowled, and Price has bowled 6 of them.
The other problem with that, another problem, is Gloucestershire are 3 down now on the over rate. So if you're having to bowl 98 overs in a day rather than 96, that doesn't help with that either. So yeah, if you're 3 down on the overs, you could only be 1.5 down at the moment. Tom Price bowls to Rossington and defended back to the bowler. Never mind how much it tires you out as well. So many reasons not to. I mean, I know he's not running up intending to bowl a no ball, of course, but when you have to bowl, well, over a full over extra already, it's a bit of a problem. So one more legal delivery remaining in this 52nd over. Tom Price into Rossington, who drives down the ground, and Higgins has pretty much given up the chase already, and he knew that that was going to be 4 runs, even though Matt Taylor haired after it from mid-on. Nobody was hauling that one in. It's another boundary to Rossington. He's up to 38 now with his 6th 4, 181 for 5. Goldston at the other end has 9, the end of a long and quite expensive over.
Yes, so Price 5 overs for 38 in this spell. Not all of those off the bat, but Chris Dent will be aware that you can't give Rossington the opportunity to counter-attack for too long without applying the brake. So if I go hard, a little bit leg side there, first ball of a new over. Matt Taylor is at backward point halfway to the boundary. Really. He's saving a single there more than anything else. So if I go in and Gouldson goes back, and Charlesworth doing some limbering up. Might be a case for a couple of overs from him, perhaps. Go on, just a short approach. Oh, and again he's got one to really jump and not spin a lot, but that's just drifted away really. Didn't rip as much as the one he bowled in the first over, but nice shape. And wheels in again. That was a little bit full, and Gouldson able to defend.
Yeah, it just did enough the previous ball, really, didn't it? Both in terms of turn and bounce.
Just spins himself a catch. 4 strides only. And Tom Lace, I think he's under the helmet there at, yes, there's him. Short forward square. Safari in again. And Gouldson forward. He's going to help the run rate, the over rate rather, certainly by a long spell at this Ashley Down Road end. That's a good hand from the spectators down in front of the apartments. It is a day by and large for some kind of jacket. Charlesworth is going to come on. One early arriver this morning, lady was very well wrapped up, and I said, it's a day for an overcoat. Yes, she said, I've bought some blankets. And he was indicating that it was going to be so long and perhaps chilly day. Well, some of the players have got long sleeve sweaters on, but Rossington batting without a jumper and batting pretty freely too. So Charlesworth's going to try and do his best to get him out.
Yep. So Charlesworth 2 overs for 12 before the lunch break. Bowled the last 2 overs from the Bristol Pavilion end before that break. Charlesworth is in and bowls short, pulled away by Rossington out towards deep mid-wicket. Will just be the single as Van Buren gets the throw in. 182 for 5, so pretty much the same plan as before really, where Charlesworth is actually looking to bang several deliveries in and see whether Rossington can miscontrol one of those pull shots in a similar fashion to Luke Proctor earlier on. Charlesworth into Gouldson, and another short one which is ducked by Gouldson. It didn't look as if he necessarily thought that that was going to be short again. He had time to adjust to it, but I can imagine how he might have been thinking. And he's not going to bowl it short to me as well, especially not having bowled the first ball short as well.
The one thing you would say with Charlesworth is because he gets very close to the stumps, these are going to be, if they are straight bouncers, they're going to be, sorry, short bouncers, they're going to be very straight, and that one again was straight too.
Yeah, that was more of the attempted rib tickler there from Charlesworth. I think just the second ball was signalled as one of the 2 for the over. So he's still got one more bouncer up his sleeve, but clearly Charlesworth is not going to look to pitch it up and swing it in general. We'll see whether every ball is back of a length. Charlesworth to Gouldson. Oh, there's a loose drive, and that was the one that he looked to pitch up and swing, and almost had the wicket there. It was nowhere near a half volley. I mean, in fairness, Rossington's been able to drive those sorts of deliveries anyway, but Gouldson here drawn into the shot, and it almost actually moved too much and past the outside edge. 3 slips back in place. Brought up the deep square leg. Charlesworth in, and that's clipped away right where the deep square leg was, and it's 4 runs as a consequence of that. So be just a little bit straight from Charlesworth. Didn't look like the world's worst delivery, but Gouldson timed it away through square leg for 4, and he's into double digits now with 13 to his name. Having said that, looking at the replay, it was quite a long way down the leg side. It was further down leg side than I thought, and fairly easy put away for Gouldson. Last ball of this over. Charlesworth in and bowls, rising delivery outside the off stump, and Gouldson makes sure that he gets everything out the way. 186 for 5. This partnership worth 39 now, and just beginning to develop into something which is, at least if not at the moment, causing Gloucestershire huge amounts of problems. It's sort of the fashion in which it's done it as well.
Second biggest partnership of the match.
They've done it in a real positive frame of mind, and Zafar Gohar has kept things very tight from this end, but they need somebody to do the same from the other end.
Zafar's had 3 overs 0 for 4 at the moment, and getting into his rhythm. There's a chop away by Rossington. They'll take 1, but not a second run on Graham Van Buren's throw.
For once it was Rossington who wanted that extra run for a while, and Gouldson hadn't even really looked. And I think it was that Rossington roaring no at himself.
Possibly.
I think it was.
He's got 40 off 49. And Gouldson defends. 6 fours in that innings at the moment. So far past Shorty. That's tossed up looking, trying to entice the drive, and again, see, I wonder where that other dent might be there for Rossington to the quicker bowlers as well. To prevent him playing that expensive shot through the offside. In fact, dent just going a little bit closer and straighter now. He's probably 1, 2, 3, 4 pitches away so far around the wicket, and Goulston plays that very, very softly. Out to Tom Price, who's at backward point. Looks to have settled into his rhythm.
Yep.
Nicely.
Yeah, and he's bowled it fairly slow as well, actually. He hasn't been ripping it through there.
So far around the wicket once more. So we did say that he had almost 40 overs bowling last week in the second 11, which would have done him some good, I'm sure. And at the moment, he's just trying to dry up the runs at the one end. And if he can extract some turn, which you've seen already, that 1 or 2 have turned quite substantially, then this, remember, is the first day of this match. Who knows what might be able to happen later on. 187 for 5, still 9 overs to go until tea, so Gloucestershire quite a way behind here in terms of
yes,
time.
It's going to be a late tea and also a late close, you'd think, therefore, as well. And given the light situation, I suspect not likely to be great, even at the scheduled close, never mind after it. We might be making up overs after today. Charlesworth in and ball, short pulled by Rossington down towards long leg and almost managed to split. In fact, oh, it's been fumbled over the rope. So it should have been cut off, but wasn't. I thought he had actually pierced the gap between deep square leg and long leg. Down the leg side, Rossington just helped it on its way. And a little unfortunate for Zafar Gohara there, because he had got, I thought he'd got enough in behind it, and I think he was trying to just tip it back in play and just ended up tipping it the wrong way. 191 for 5. Charlesworth bowls flicked down the leg side by Rossington. More work for Zafar Gohara on the boundary. And this time it's just the single. Rossington up to 45, made from 51 deliveries. And still Gloucestershire search for someone to give them some control from this Bristol Pavilion end, because scoring has been very free for Rossington, and it's starting to become so for Goulston as well. Goulston edges, oh, it's put down! A pretty regulation chance for Warner at slip. Charlesworth understandably furious. That was really, I'm afraid, an absolutely regulation first slip catch. Just a little bit to his right, but pretty comfortable height. I mean, considering the height that they've been coming through at, that one, very comfortable height to take, and down it goes. Huge let off for Goulston there. Charlesworth in, and oh, that's left alone as it jags back towards off stump. A very tight leave. So Charlesworth, after a couple of deliveries which he probably wouldn't want to be repeating after the first 2 balls of the over, has bowled 2 absolute gems and has nothing to show for it.
Gloucestershire's catching had been better today. That score would have been considerably less of a threat than 192 for 5 might be.
Charlesworth bowls back of a length, and Goulston rises up to play it away out to Chris Dent at cover, and there's no run, but really that the easiest of any of the catches today, I think you'd have to say. It was It was still low down, but you're expecting to take them low down, and certainly nothing like as low as any of the chances that have either been taken or been dropped in the slips so far. As Charlesworth is in and bowls, and another one which has come back towards Goldston. He made sure he got the gloves out of the way of that one. Could just have taken a little nip of those through to the keeper. At the end of the over, Charlesworth should have had a success in that one. 192 for 5 after 56 overs. And I guess the one thing that you might have to say is that Chris Dent is not fielding in the slips, having fielded in the slips for so long. Does Dent have to go back into the slips?
Is he concerned about that finger?
Well, perhaps now, yes, perhaps that is why, but long term, yes, you might well be right. That might be the reason that he hasn't gone straight back into them this match, but
well,
yeah.
I hesitate to bring it up, but there have been 5 chances into the slips today, and Gloucestershire have only clung on to 2 of them. Varying degrees of difficulty, but given the number of slip catching drills that are done day in, day out, without fail, they would hope to have the ratio would be better than that. So far to continue from the Ashley Down road end. Rossington to take strike. He's staying around the wicket because he's got 2 right-handers to bowl at the moment. Rossington's stance is very open, as you can see, and that's worked into the leg side, but he is scoring, if not exclusively, then certainly the majority of his runs are on the offside. He's played some nice shots through the covers, and the ooh there was from James Bracey. Gohar again. Trying to draw Rossington forward, just trying to bowl at that length, which might entice a clip onto the leg side. Rossington uses his feet this time, drives it up to Higgins at a wide mid-on. Now Charlesworth is there for the mistimed clip at mid-wicket.
First time they've really looked to use their feet against him. Northants batsman.
Goldston on 13, as he was when Warner's at mid-off shelled that chance in the last over. Rossington now the top score. Northants captain, batting at number 6. Goldston batting at 7. Trying to lend him handy support here. Van Buren's going out. Let's try and give Goldston the single. He's gone out to the point boundary. So far wheels in again. That's a little bit dragged down, and Goldston can't work it away on the onside. So as you can see, 0 for 6 from Zafar Gohar Khan, to give him his full name. Just the one maiden in that spell at the moment. Charlesworth, having just had a couple of overs before lunch to continue, but here is Zafar's action in slow motion. You'll see here what we mean about how far he gets his body around. He's almost facing the wrong way there. He's got to come right round with that left shoulder.
Charlesworth bowling short. Rossington has pulled it straight to square leg and looks very annoyed with himself that he's only managed to get 1 out of that. 194 for 5.
That could have been his 50. He'd have connected as he wanted.
What earth is he doing there? Practicing his French cricket skills. Here's Charlesworth to Goldston, and Goldston tries to drive and gets a inside edge onto his pad. Charlesworth with a grieved stomp back to his mark here. He's done everything but take the wicket. Goldston still there on 13. He's actually looked quite comfortable against the spin in general. It's been the seam that's caused him difficulty. Charlesworth in, and that's a dab from Goldston, which goes wide of gully, but not wide enough for them to pick up a run. Talked about Zafar Gohar having played one test. He was actually due to play a test match in 2015, which is when he played his first ODI. His test match came just in 2020. As Charlesworth moves in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Goldston.
You're going to tell the story, I think.
Well,
I think
yes,
you're going to tell.
I'm sure that anybody who's Googled or used any other search engine to have a look at Zafar Gohar will have seen this story about him oversleeping and missing his flight from Dubai, I think it was, or Abu Dhabi, I forget which it was now, but missed his flight and so wasn't able to replace Yasir Shah of the 2015 Test Series. That's driven by Goldston. Nice shot through extra cover, and 4 runs to the rope it goes. Goldston 17, 198 for 5, and that's as good a shot as Goldston's played in his innings so far. Just a little bit fuller than the delivery which he nicked off to, and maybe just a little bit closer to him as well, so he was able to get his head right over the ball and drive it away through extra cover. But I think apparently it was more that he was under the impression that he could take a different flight potentially. As Charlesworth is in, and Goldston tries to work into the leg side but sends it straight up the pitch and will be picked up at mid-off, and that should, I think, be the end of the over. Yep, it is, eventually. The umpires make a move. 198 for 5 after 58 overs. I mean, if you look at the story in general, you'd think he'd completely overslept and that he'd missed his flight because he overslept. But I think it was more that he just thought he could get there via another flight and couldn't. So as a consequence, he did oversleep during the flight that he should have been on. But that must have been a pretty agonising wait for 5 years to make your Test debut long after you should have made it.
I was going to give you an indication of numbers here in a moment. You had 58 overs, so that's 29 overs from each end. And Zafar Gohar again sees Rossington, they don't quite pinch a single, but work a single out on the offside. So the 29 overs at the Ashley Down Road end have only cost 58 runs, and the score is 199 for 5. True, only 1 wicket, but it's almost been seems to be a question that the runs have come from the other end. Zafar again in to Goldston, who plays that into the ground past Lace at short forward square.
And really, you've had your 2 bowlers who you would expect to give you the best control from
Higgins and Zafar.
Yeah. However, it still probably has been a little bit too expensive from the other end.
Well, they've been going at well over 4 and over at the other end.
Yeah, and whilst we pointed out Northants batsmen are pretty aggressive, they're not going to let scoring opportunities go by. There probably have been maybe a couple too many overall.
Zafar again to Goldston. It's a bit short. He's just perhaps dragged his length back just a little bit. 29 for 5, it will be necessarily economy that Gloucestershire want. It's wickets that they want. It's a far in, or it's I say it was a sweep. It's a bit more than that. He's picked that up, and that's gone all the way to the boundary at deep mid wicket for 4. It's a calculated shot right across the line here from Goldston, and the 200 is up for Northants. It was almost a one-day shot, if you like. It was a big sweep from way outside the off stump, and Goldston to 21, 203 for 5, first boundary that Zafar has conceded. He's bowled 6 overs for 11.
And the first batting point as well for Northants. It was the first delivery which he really pitched quite full. I was thinking, until that delivery, I didn't remember one which was really right up to the bat, inviting the shot. And that's the first time he'd done that, and at the first time of asking, Goldston got it away. So here's Charlesworth starting his 6th over. He bowls a short ball, which is cracked through forward square leg by Rossington. I say cracked, it made a sort of a dull crack sound off the bat, and wasn't particularly well timed, but he was only looking really to get that single. So Charlesworth has started, I think, every over of this spell with a short ball, first ball. Rossington up to 49. Here is Charlesworth to Goldston. Charlesworth in, and Goldston forward, playing defensively. I thought to start with he was going to look to try and clip that one leg side.
I think Charlesworth thought he might have got past his bat and was going to
be
up for an LBW.
I think that was why I thought it looked leg side and then adjusted to play defensively, which I think was what got Charlesworth
should say
interested.
These two put on 57 now.
Here comes Charlesworth, bowls and left alone by Goldston, well wide of off stump. Not too dissimilar to a delivery which earlier on Goldston flashed down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, but decided to leave that one alone, and there is no 3rd man in position still. And that square leg region for Goldston is vacant, so you have to imagine Charlesworth isn't going to be bowling too many short deliveries to Goldston. Charlesworth in, and a good length ball outside the off stump, and no shot offered once again by Harry Goldston, who's now reached over 100 first class runs, which means that if/when he's dismissed, he's still going to average over 100 in first class cricket.
Will you retire now?
Leading Northamptonshire in batting average. Charlesworth bowls, back of the length and forced up towards extra cover, and there's no run. Of course, Gloucestershire know all about somebody averaging over 100 in a certain form of cricket, because Tim David, after his match-winning effort at the Oval, was averaging over 100, but it may have gone down below 100 again after he was, I suspect it will, gone down below 100 again after he was dismissed in the semi-final loss to Durham. Charlesworth is in, Goldston off the front foot, and defending that one out to Chris Dent in the covers. So 1 run off that over, a much more economical one from Charlesworth, but unlike some previous overs, he didn't beat the bat in it. 204 for 5, 49 to Rossington, 21 to Goldston.
Now 4 overs until the tea interval, so I think we will be pretty late finish this evening, light permitting. It's been pretty even light all day, to be fair. .204 for 5, and Rossington out on the offside.
James just pointing out behind us that
50 for Rossington with a single out to the deep cover boundary. Captain's innings from him.
And Rossington's 50 coming
7
up,
fours.
58 balls and 7 singles.
58 balls, as Terry Blake confirmed on the PA. And he hasn't looked in much bother, actually.
No, I mean, he's made batting look extremely easy out there, driving balls which were not half volleys quite consistently.
Zafar again from around the wicket to Goldston. I think that was just James saying that we do have access to the floodlights for this match if necessary.
But of course they can't do anything. They cannot replace the natural light. They can't do anything.
Goldstone forward. Zafar tries to pull him from his crease. It's been a tidy first spell. A couple of real rippers that haven't brought a wicket, and that's worked. That's on leg stump, and he's seen that worked away by Goulston down towards the boundary at fine leg. Matt Taylor's on the chase. He'll haul it in, and they'll come back for 2. Some of the spectators down there quite well wrapped up. It's not a windy day, but without the sun, not the warmest. And Zafar again sees Goulston just play that quietly out on the offside. Still to come, Tim Taylor. Tom Taylor, I should say, Simon Kerrigan, Ben Sanderson, Jack White. 8, 9, 10, 11 for Northants, but they could split these two. Then Gloucestershire might feel they can whip through the tail reasonably quickly, but the problem is that these two have got themselves pretty well established now, and they've added 60 together for the 6th wicket. Goldston's share of that is 23. And Rossington really carrying on a good summer for him with the bat in red ball cricket. I'll say when he's played, he's scored steadily. That's his 4th 50 of the season today. And we're going to have spin from both ends up until tea.
Yeah, I suspect they probably wanted to keep Charlesworth's spells quite short at this stage. Just a 4-over spell there, but not too much of a surprise to see the spell being short. I feel pretty confident that after the last couple of overs, Charlesworth would have got another one had that been the only factor at play. So Van Buren to bowl with a pretty similar field to Gohar as he's in, and that's down the leg side. Sharp work from Bracey, and an appeal for a stumping from Bracey and Lace, who both quite liked it, but in some ways I suppose they were the two with the actual view of it, but nobody else really appealed at all. Be able to, well, pardon me, thought there was a replay coming, but not. Sharp work from Bracey down the leg side, but nothing doing. Van Buren is in full, and forward goes Rossington to rule it softly wide of the bowler. So 2 left arm spinners bowling in tandem. Van Buren bowls. A bit of drift on that one, it looked like, from Van Buren as Rossington drove it out towards deep cover for a single. But I suppose for Gloucestershire it was left arm spin that to a certain extent got them into that playoff game in the Royal London Cup. Can it provide a big breakthrough here before tea?
2 short extra covers for Goldston.
Short legs come out, Van Buren in, and that's down leg side, clipped away, and there is no fielder at fine leg. Hammond is not going to get there, and so that's 4 runs. So Goldston up to 27, Buren starting things off with a leg side delivery, and this one, Goldson just able to turn it round the corner with no leg slip in place. He can do that very freely to 12 for 5. Van Buren moves in, bowls, and Goldston brought onto the front foot, and Van Buren will pick up off his own bowling. Van Buren spinning the ball from hand to hand, he's in, and that's turned straight to mid-wicket this time by Goldston, but 5 runs off that over, so even the introduction of Graham Van Buren, normally about as miserly as they come as far as Gloucestershire bowlers concerned, not helping out that economy rate from the Bristol Pavilion end. 5 runs off the over, 212 for 5, and just 2 overs remaining before the tea interval.
I'm sure Chris Denter's thought of this a long time before we have, but he's got the second new ball to factor in here, so would he go for a short burst from Higgins and Matt Taylor after tea, and then perhaps 10 overs from the spinners? It's a difficult one to judge at the moment because Northants have fought their way back strongly with this partnership. He's got to keep his new ball bowlers fresh for the 80 over mark, which at the moment Northants look like getting to. Gohart in his 8th over, so clearly he could continue from one end quite happily, and that may be in fact the option. They may decide to keep the spinner at one end and then rotate the quicker bowlers at the other. We'll see. Goldston once more, that's just slightly shorter. He's actually, so far here, got a little bit more response from the pitch if he has bowled it very slightly shorter.
Yeah.
And that's a bit too leg side and just steered by Goldston straight into the hands on the bounce of Tom Lace.
In general, I guess with a pitch without foot marks, that's probably going to be the case.
Goldston on 27. Again, it's a tidy introduction for Zafar Gohar. Certainly was enthusiastically applauded after the second ball he bowled turned about 6 inches. It certainly looked to. But there's been nothing quite so spiky since then. And this is from the last over. And
yes, well, he moved his foot after Bracey had got the bails off. Whether the foot dragged or whether it went up, I think it looked like it dragged rather than going up, but he actually moved it after Bracey got the bails off. It was almost as if it was just an inclination from the batsman, as if to worry about whether he might have been out of his ground. Van Buren in, and Rossington tickles that one fine, and I don't think that's going to be hauled in either. Hammond after it from slip, and it's over the rope for 4. Rossington adds another boundary to his total, and Van Buren just a little too straight again, and just spearing that one in down the leg side.
as a result, they've got a short, fine leg with Lace dropping back there.
Almost had to put one in, really. Van Buren bowls. Rossington forward, but not really forward, and inside half of the bat out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Van Buren slightly wider of the crease, driven away. There's work to do at mid-off, and a sliding stop made up there by Matt Taylor. He's able to keep them down to just the single. 218 for 5. At this point, I think it's Gloucestershire who'll be the happier of the two that the session is ending. Van Van Buren bowls, that's just turned leg side. Goldston hoping for a single, but
You wouldn't have
doesn't
said
get
that
one.
19 overs ago
Certainly
when
not.
Zabe was out.
It's been a good back and forth to this affair so far. Van Buren bowls. Goldston once again trying to turn leg side, but short fine leg. Tom Lake's able to come and prevent the single. There is a sizable gap between Warner at mid-wicket and that short fine leg. Forward goes Goldston, and just content to pat the last ball of the session into the leg side. So 5 off that over again. 218 for 5 is where we will leave things after 2 sessions of play, 2 enthralling sessions. Wickets, plenty of runs, some dropped catches as well, which Gloucestershire will be ruining during the tea break. Rossington and Goldston go in unbroken, a 71-run partnership.
Yeah, that's the note I've just made as well. 71-run partnership between these two. Goldston was dropped on 13 by Gerard Warner off Charlesworth. Pretty acceptable chance. And as I say, there is quite a disparity between the runs conceded at the Pavilion end and the Ashley Down Road end, but the wicket takers, Taylor 2 for 52, Price 2 for 54, Warner 1 for 30. Bit of rethinking perhaps for Gloucestershire, with 32 overs still to go in the day, 16 overs to go until the second new ball. They'll need some. You would have thought they'd need a breakthrough before that, and to try and get Northants back within range. We did talk during this afternoon about the new contracts which Gloucestershire have announced over the last couple of days. Ben Charlesworth and Dom Goodman. And after Dom had signed his new contract, he spoke to Shane McGannon in a very unusual location.
Dom, so your career has really taken off. You've made your debut and now you've signed a new contract with the club. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, amazing. I absolutely loved my first 2 years on the staff at Gloss, and at the beginning of the season, like having experience playing some first team cricket, I'm absolutely buzzing to extend that. And yeah, no, just so excited to continue with what is a great bunch of lads and keep loving my cricket in Bristol.
Yeah, you got off to a flying start against Somerset, making your debut, playing so well. What was that like for you?
Yeah, no, obviously it was nice to contribute and do well, but I think it was a pretty surreal experience really, especially getting a 4-day victory, which is I guess to an extent rare, and to do it with such a great bunch of lads, it was really like great memories for me doing that. And yeah, just to contribute to the team winning a 4-day game was absolutely fantastic, and something that I'll remember for a very long time.
With success coming earlier in your career, it's easy to kind of get ahead of yourself, but you don't seem to have your head in the clouds. Is that what you think you'd describe yourself as?
I guess so. I think I'm very realistic with the fact that I've only played a couple of first team games, and ultimately I want to do everything I can to help Gloucestershire win trophies, and whatever way I can contribute to that. I guess like obviously I want to keep my feet on the ground, but I just want to help the boys out really.
And how has your time been at the club so far and with the team?
Yeah, no, it's been awesome. We've been talking a lot about culture recently, and like being a younger guy on the staff and coming into that over the last few years is something that I can 100% agree and buy into. That it is like an amazing culture and a great group of players and coaches to be around. It's certainly made the start of my cricket career very enjoyable, and yeah, no, I'm absolutely loving my time here in Bristol with Gloucestershire.
Well, congratulations on the new contract. We look forward to seeing you play a lot more.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
umpires Ian Ramage and Steve O'Shaughnessy are back on their way here at the Bristol County Ground. As you can see, the clock says 29 minutes past 4, so it's going to be a late finish. The lights have been switched on during the tea interval, and hopefully we can get, well, close to a full session. A lot will depend on the light, of course, but it's that balance between natural light and light from the floodlights. But they look to have made quite a difference actually during the tea interval. Northants resuming on 218.45. Adam Rossington, their captain, on 57, and Harry Goldston on 27. They came together for the 6th wicket with the score on 147 for 5, so their stand is worth 71. It's been a dangerous one, but Gloucestershire have put down today 3 chances in the slips. They've caught 2, but they've put down 3, and that is likely to make a considerable difference on the card. Rossington has not been missed, but Goldston was missed on 13, and Gay, who made 44, was missed on only 6. And it will be Ryan Higgins to bowl the 65th over of the day, and this is balance of the second new ball to take into consideration as well. So it may be just a short burst here from Higgins and perhaps Matt Taylor at the other end. But Higgins is in, and the first ball to Rossington is punched out into the offside.
I think to a certain extent, in Chris Dent's thinking along those lines, he's probably got to be thinking, are we actually going to get a full session in? Judging by the way that the light is now, I don't think it's going to be improving too much as the session goes on. So I think he could almost say, I'm going to stretch potentially the opening bowlers out a bit more.
Higgins in, that's outside the off stump and cracked into the offside. Good stop from Van Buren. Rossington trying to get himself going pretty early here.
Perhaps put it another way, it makes his decision to bring them on a little bit easier, because you know, you've got to sort of weigh that up in your mind, haven't you? Are we going to get all these overs in?
And that's cracked away. Again by Rossington into the offside.
Well, Graham Van Buren's still got his energy levels up. I'm sure if you picked that up on the effects microphone or not. A volley of encouragement for Ryan Higgins.
Nice shot again from Rossington, just to squeeze that away into the offside. Higgins in his 15th over, I think, of the day.
Yep.
Rossington lets that go. 2 slips still in for the Northants captain.
Can already see those 4 pointed shadows being cast by the floodlights, so they are, I mean, supposedly they're not meant to help things, but they are helping things.
They are significantly helping, I would say, at the moment, and the fact that they've warmed up through the tea interval means that their impact is there straight away. And you can see there is a definite shadow of Ryan Higgins as well, too, from the light on the Kennington Avenue side, with his shadow stretching towards the man's stand. He's got through the first over after tea, and 218 for 5, the Northants score. Ed might just rattle through the scores of the other matches shortly. Here's an interesting thought. Zafar's going to change ends and bowl from the pavilion end.
Perhaps just feeling things out, seeing whether there happens to be maybe something different from this end as far as where he's landing the ball.
And they may be conscious too that, you know, that it's taken effectively 4 hours and 10 minutes to bowl 64 overs, and they've got to try and haul some overs back on the over rate.
Yep. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 so far from Gohar as he comes in and bowls, and forward Goldston playing just to the right of the bowler. So they've kind of gone with the 2 bowlers who have given them the best control to start off with. As Gohar bowls, full and forward, Goldston pushing out into the offside this time. But as you say, he may well be settled in now for the rest of the period until the second new ball is taken. He's in and bowls off the back foot. Goldston playing that one quite close to his stumps. And there'll be no run as it's straight to Charlesworth at backward point. They certainly seem to have come out in good spirits after the tea break, Gloucestershire. There's a lot of encouragement, a lot of laughter and a few jokes being shared, I think, as well, as Gohar bowls and forward goes Goldston and pushing that one away up the pitch. Try and run through as quickly as I can those scores from elsewhere, trying to get them in between balls. Gohar is in, and Goldston once again being asked to play off the front foot back to the bowler. Glamorgan were eventually bowled out for 134 by Essex at Cardiff. Essex in reply are 54 for 2. Gohar is in, off the back foot, Goldston driving, terrific stop by Chris Dent, one-handed away to his left and preventing runs, so maiden over there for Zafar Gohar to start things off from the Bristol Pavilion end in the evening session. 218 for 5 the score remains. Shane Snater picked up figures of 11.5 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 39. Simon Harmer 3 for 46. Yawn. And the other wicket went to Sam Cook as well. In Division 1, Yorkshire 138 for 4 against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl. 3 wickets to Carl Abbott, 1 to Brad Wheel.
Here's Higgins to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. That's right on the off stump, and Rossington has to defend.
Chris Benjamin has reached his century for Warwickshire against Lancashire. He's 105 not out. He's with Sam Hain, who is 89 not out, and they're just 1 run shy of a 200-run partnership there. Warwickshire, who topped Division 1 going into this from the points they carried forward after a very good start against Lancashire.
Higgins outside the off stump. Well, that's no foot movement there from Rossington. Cracked that into the ground. It's well stopped by Van Buren. Slowly gets to his feet.
Just hope the fingers are okay after that one.
Yeah, that was travelling. A good stop by him. Northants haven't added a run since tea yet.
At Taunton, knots are 194 for 5 against Somerset. Half century for Joe Clark.
Higgins past umpire Shaughnessy, and again Rossington defending.
A couple of wickets each for Jack Brooks and Tom Abel, who's taken, I think, both the last 2 wickets to fall. Yep, he has. So before that, knots were 140 for 3, but Abel moving both Joe Clark and Lyndon James. Stephen Mullaney 34 not out, but that match fairly evenly poised, you would say, at the moment.
Higgins forces Rossington to play that round his pad and not the room to play on the offside.
And the other, pardon me, that was the other Division 1, through Division 1 now, and the other score in Division 2 would have been Durham versus Surrey, but that match postponed due to COVID cases in Surrey's camp.
2 slips still for Rossington, but cry of no there.
I say postponed. I mean cancelled.
Cancelled.
It says match postponed on the BBC website,
Yes.
but it is cancelled. Will not be rescheduled. In Division 3, there's been a bit of a recovery for Middlesex, who are 217 for 5 now against Derbyshire, a century for Robbie White, which I think from memory might be his first.
Against Rossington. Well, they would say content to defend. He's never content to defend, but he just got solidly in behind that. I too think that is White's first class 100.
Well, there's only one way to confirm. But yes, I seem to remember he'd come quite close to it before. Yeah, previous best 99. So I suppose that is quite close to 100 really, but that was his previous best, so he's reached his maiden first class century, a half century for Martin Anderson as well. I know that's a personal favourite of Kevin Hand, the BBC commentator for BBC London. Gohar continuing and bowling to Goldston, who drives off the back foot but can't pierce the field on the offside. So Middlesex were 52 for 4 and now 217 for 5 versus Derbyshire. Sussex 190 for 8 against Worcestershire. So Gohar is in, and that's swept away powerfully by Goldston and over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Didn't go in the air for as long as the previous sweep that he hit, which bounced just a couple of times before crossing the rope, but certainly well executed shot from Goldston. Not right up to the bat, but full enough that he could sweep it quite comfortably, and he has played spin well so far, has Goldston. He's up to 31, it's double Nelson for 5. Zafar Gohar past the umpire, bowls forward goes Goldston, and defence. Sussex staring down the barrel of being bowled out for a low total there. 4 wickets for Joe Leach, a couple for Adam Finch. Gohar bowls, Goldston turns into the leg side, picked up a short leg, and there's no run. Kent have been bowled out for 232 by Leicestershire, 75 not out for Jack Leaning, and the half century for Zach Crawley as well. 4 wickets for Callum Parkinson, 3 for Chris Wright, and the last 2 wickets fell via run-outs. Oh dear. Zafar Gohar in, and that's turned leg side by Goldston, but well, I don't think it was in the air as it, well, put it that way, I'll try and rephrase that. I don't think it was in the air as it passed the edge of the pitch, but it was still in the air for a small amount of time. As Goldston plays this one off the front foot in defence. Back to the bowler, so 4 runs off that over. Score remains 222 for 5. Meanwhile, in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, South East Stars have won to book their place in the finals day, which is on the 5th of September. Looks like the Southern Vipers may well join them. Western Storm made 147 for 5 from their 20 overs. Sunrisers 65 for 2 in reply. So the Western Storm are doing their job. Unfortunately, it looks very much as though the Northern Diamonds are going to win with a bonus point, which means the Western Storm also have to win with a bonus point, I believe, unless they can get their net run rate up above Diamonds without picking up the bonus point. But pretty much I think they do need that bonus point, so it looks like it's going to be agonising for Western Storm, sorry to say.
Higgins to continue the 3rd over of this post-tea spell. Northampton only added 4 runs since the resumption. Matt Taylor up at mid-off for Rossington. And the slips are almost like a first slip and a third slip, or a first slip and a very fine gully at the moment. At the moment, the Rossington is playing in the V, which he hasn't done an awful lot today. He's tended to play between point and extra cover, and some of his drives through there have been very well timed. Hasn't scored much on the leg side at all. Man out at long leg, but not at third man. I wonder what Northants' target would be here. Where might they think they could get to?
I think maybe the question...
Still got 42 overs potentially for where they could get batting points.
The question sort of is, what do they think is going to be a competitive total?
I wonder whether Rossington might think that they could get north of 300 from here.
Well,
north of
he'd
350.
certainly be thinking they could.
Yeah, 350 potentially.
The thing is, it would be interesting to know from the feedback that the Northants batsmen would have given to their dressing room what they feel about the pitch, having batted on it.
Higgins has been on the money in this over in terms of direction, line and length. Not giving anything cheap away, but that's been his pattern for the day. He's bowled 8 maidens in his 16 overs to date. Doesn't look to have been out of rhythm at all. Bear in mind he's been away with the Welsh Fire and playing a completely different format.
Well,
when he has been
when
playing.
he has been playing, exactly.
Yeah,
Was it 2 or 3 matches he played? I think in the end, might have been 3.
Didn't play very much. I mean, he's bowled 17 overs for 22, so he's kept a tight grip on things at this Ashley Down Road end, and the umpire's just having a. I'm not sure what they're having a chat about. The lights are obviously on.
Well, safe to say it won't go down well with the paying public if they did decide that the light was bad. But unfortunately, it's going to happen at some point, even if it doesn't happen now. I think the chances of us getting through to the close of play without the umpires deciding that the light is too bad is, well, it's very low. This cloud is not going anywhere.
No, we have to say that the lights, and obviously as often is said, the pictures on the stream often look brighter than it actually is, but you would say that the lights are definitely making the natural light considerably better since we resumed after tea at 4:30. Though we've only been out for 17 minutes, but it's clear that you can see a shadow of the fielders going from the Kennington Avenue side of the ground across, for example, towards the man stand.
Zafar Gohar to continue his spell. He's in and bowls. Gloucester forward in defence out into the leg side, but you know I just don't see us getting through. Probably it's going to be quite an effort to get through even to the scheduled close of 6 o'clock, never mind beyond there, which we're going to have to do to get all the overs in. Next delivery, oh, attempted cut shot from Goldston. A little bit of turn, say a little bit of bounce, but then it was fairly short, so I don't know that you could say that that's bounced appreciatively more than it perhaps might have done. Gohar is in, forward, or pardon me, on the back foot goes Goldston and plays it out towards cover. Just varying length and flight a little here, but the one thing in general that he hasn't done is varied his line very much. There was the one delivery from him which was down the leg side that went for a couple of runs, but here he is again and played back up the pitch this time. But actually, even that one, I'm prepared to forgive him because, well, for one thing, it's one ball out of 10.5 4 overs, but also, as this delivery is a full one, which is defensively played again, but also from the Ashley Down Road end, there was an appreciable footmark to work with, which he may have been trying to rip the ball out of. Gohar is in and bowls. Another defensive shot off the front foot, so a maiden, his third, and back-to-back maidens means the score remains 2-2-2 for 5 after 70 overs. And
so Northants' run rate's still respectable, isn't it? And we're just doing some maths here during the tea interval. So at 64 overs, 32 from each end, the Ashley Down Road end overs had cost 67 runs off the bat, and so it cost 67, and the Pavilion end overs had cost 151, which I think, even accepting that the balance of wickets was 1 and 4, is still a considerable difference.
Yeah, it is. And you know, again, I guess you make the qualifying statement that Higgins and Zafar Gohar, for the majority of his spell, have been bowling from this Ashley Down Road end where we are, but yeah, there's been quite a few boundary balls, and the no balls haven't helped either.
Another chat between the umpires. They've just had a sanitisation break.
Well, normally the second conversation is the one where something happens, but maybe just because this was a sanitisation break, it was another opportunity for them to discuss things. There was a long discussion, which you will have seen on your screens, between umpires and batsmen.
Matt Taylor.
Fair amount of gesticulation going on there, whether that's Northants wanting to go off or something else entirely, I don't know, but well, it's going to be a bit of a battle for the rest of the day.
Well, so Matt Taylor, after just 3 overs from Ryan Higgins, is going to come on from this Ashley Down Road end. He's going to bowl around the wicket, and that's worked away by Rossington. They'll want, no, I think they want 2. They didn't actually set off very quickly for even for the first run, so there was never any possibility of the second. And I think it's reasonable to assume that Zafar Gohar will bowl up to the second new ball at the Pavilion end. And if we can get that far, the question is then whether Gloucestershire will be allowed to bowl their quicker bowlers, depending on how the light is at that point. But it's okay for Matt Taylor at the moment. Around the wicket to Goldston, and it's the same shot. Sort of almost looking to bowl it, angle it in. It's worked off the thigh pad almost by the batsman for one more.
So I wonder if, because Matt Taylor would presumably have taken the new ball, does this mean that Chris Dent's also thinking, get these overs in of Matt Taylor whilst I know I can get them in?
Taylor around the wicket, that's pitched up, and it's gone to where second slip would have been, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary at third man for 4. He's got 2 men in that cordon, a first slip and a fine gully, or a third slip almost, and it's absolutely split them.
The final responsibility for the field goes to the bowler. I can tell you, if I was never a fast bowler, I would never have wanted a gap in my slip cordon, because it just feels so much worse when it goes through rather than wide.
Rossington up to 62. And that's also gone off the toe edge of the bat and past first slip and down to the boundary for 4. I don't think that's a... We've talked about drop chances today. That, I think, is wide of Warner. Let's have a look at this again on the replay. It's short of him, in fact. It doesn't carry but it goes past him, and the umpires are having another chat now. 2:32 for 5. What do they think?
Certainly a long discussion going on.
We've only had 24 minutes,
Yeah,
and they're going off. 2:32 for 5 in the 71st over, and umpires O'Shaughnessy and Ramage have taken off the bails, and the batsmen are making their way off, and you can probably hear what the crowd think of it. We were thinking that we may get a reasonable amount of cricket in this post-tea session. Of course, we still may do, but the cloud has been sitting over the ground all day, and Northants will be very happy to go off, I would suggest, at 2:32 for 5.
Well, particularly having edged the last 2 balls through the slip cordon for 4.
And there is the light meter with the reading that they will judge everything else by.
Bad light, stopping play, Northamptonshire 232 for 5.
We're in the 71st over, and 2 streaky boundaries, and the umpires at the 3rd discussion decide that the light is no longer good enough to continue for the moment, and Gloucestershire's players, I don't want to say dragging themselves off, they're not even off the field yet.
Well,
So it really is about
the interesting
the
thing
brightness
is that,
here.
you can look at the shadows. The one thing that you can really do to judge how much of an effect the floodlights are having, and as Sean, head groundsman, comes out to the middle there, there's barely a shadow being cast by him, which means surely that the light is actually at least not appreciably worse than when they came out after tea.
Yes, there has been a shadow.
There was as soon as they came out, wasn't
Yeah.
it? But at the same time, it doesn't look to be casting much more of a appreciable shadow than it was then. But there we go. I know it's a thankless task, this whole thing, and the umpires are put in an impossible situation by the fact that we continue to have this situation where we cannot play on with the floodlights, even though they are not being allowed to do their job, which is, to borrow a phrase from a great of Gloucestershire commentary, it's a farce.
Farce.
Absolute
farce.
farce.
Absolute farce. Indeed, 2:32 for 5. The players leaving the field 25 minutes after the tea resumption. We had a late tea because the Gloucestershire over 8 was a little behind today, but they haven't taken a wicket now in 25 overs and 4 balls. That's been the length of this stand between Rossington and Gouldstone. 85 they have put on. Rossington 66 with 10 fours, Gouldstone 32 with 6 fours. He's actually faced more deliveries than his captain. He's faced 90 balls to Rossington's 87, but he's done a valuable job, and as Ed made the point in commentary, he remains undefeated, or he remains not out in his 3 first-class innings, Harry Gouldstone. So 2:32 for 5. It kind of feels as if, given Chris Dent won the toss today, Northants are still, I would say, ahead on points, not by a lot, but when you've won the toss, you would expect to have a bit more reward than the 5 wickets that Gloucestershire have taken, and to some degree that's been partly because they've not clung on to all the chances they've created.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, you know, I don't think that winning the toss at Bristol and bowling is necessarily the same as if, for example, they rock up to Chelmsford next week. They conditions are exactly the same as they are here, they decide to bowl first, and then Essex have racked up this kind of score, because you know how matches tend to go at Chelmsford, because with 232 for 5 you're already in a very good position to win the game. So I don't think it's necessarily quite the same here, where Gloucestershire would say, because we won the toss we haven't reduced them to the score we might have liked. I think it's more just the case of, like you say, they haven't taken all their chances, and there have just been a few too many bits of slightly loose cricket in terms of the number of no balls that they've given up, and also maybe a couple more loose deliveries perhaps than they might like. But I don't think they have bowled that badly here in general, but I think, like you say, add those chances in if they were taken, and Northants' score may well be much less than it is at the moment. But it's not done yet, and I think if Gloucestershire can bowl Northants out still for less than 300, they'll probably feel like they're still in with a very good shout of winning.
The game would still be evenly poised at that point, but for the moment I think what we'll say is that the details of the card perhaps Shane can just put up before we leave you with the view across the ground. There is the batting side of things. Vasconcelos and Gay putting on 67 for the first wicket. And a couple of quick ones for Tom Price just before lunch, and for Matt Taylor after lunch. A first-class wicket for Jared Warner, and then the counter-attack, the fight back if you call it that, from Rossington and Gouldstone. The bowling figures, Taylor 2 for 62, Price 2 for 54, Warner 1 for 30 are the wicket takers for Gloucestershire, and Zafar Gohar 11 overs 3 maidens 0 for 19, tidy, spun 1 or 2. Hopefully there will be a bit more help for him as the match progresses, but overall perhaps a little bit more control at the one end would have helped. Taylor and Price and Charlesworth all going along at pretty high run rates, higher run rates than Gloucestershire ideally would want. But for the moment, we'll leave you with the scene here at Bristol, where bad light has stopped play despite the floodlights being on, with Northants 232 for 5. We'll be back with you as soon as we have any news of a resumption or indeed of other news regarding play here on the first day of this championship match. Well, the news here at Bristol just after 25 to 6 is that the umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and Ian Ramage have decided that conditions will not improve, and they have called off play for the day because of bad light. So the lights were put on, the floodlights were put on during the tea interval. We came out after tea at 4:30, and we only had about 25 minutes play. We had no rain all day, but close has therefore been called with Northants 2:32 for 5. And I suppose the long-term issue, Ed, is that with the forecast for this match to be broadly overcast but dry throughout the whole of the 4 days, the risk is we may lose play to bad light on the remaining 2 nights, definitely. And then, well, who knows by the time we get to the 4th night. And it's a significant number of overs as well, because Gloucestershire, at the time that play was called, Gloucestershire today, 2:32 for 5 is the Northants score, but they had bowled 70 overs and 4 balls out of a possible 96.
Yeah, and I think if you think about it in terms of the amount of play that you might well lose every day, you're talking about potentially losing
2 sessions in the match?
Yeah, at least 2 sessions, maybe even more. So then when you think about even the lower scoring games that we've had at Bristol, which have gone the distance, they've needed pretty much the entire game to get the lower scoring type of game in, then it's going to be very difficult. You're going to have to get a result in substantially less time than we've seen at Bristol, and you tend to see at Bristol. So it's slightly, well, depressing may not be quite the right word, but it's just a shame that we're already thinking about the possibility of this, well, making its way towards a draw already at the end of day 1, with actually having seen some terrific cricket and some positive cricket from both sides. It's a shame, but that's where we are.
Yeah, so the umpires had they had 3 chats in the 25 minutes after tea before they decided to take the players off, and they have looked twice since, having taken a reading at 5 to 5 when the players left the field, and it was the second point at which they decided that the light would not improve. Just now, with the naked eye, the lights having been switched off, it is pretty dark to be playing with a red ball, but I'm not sure if someone said you're going to have 2 spinners on out there. What do you think?
I'm not sure. I think it's got to the point now, I think, where you would be off anyway for me. But, well, when you think about it, you're sort of quibbling over 20 minutes when it's actually a delay that would have cost you, a substantial amount of time anyway. But it is very frustrating, because if the floodlights were able to replace natural light, we could still be out there. There's no issue about that. Or we used a ball which is more easily visible than the red ball. So those are the sorts of discussions which I think are going to continue to happen. I think there is finally some sort of traction towards some kind of change along those lines, because it needs to happen. Cricket is shooting itself in the foot, and it needs to stop.
Yes, 2:32 for 5 then. Northants, Gloucestershire's wicket takers today. Matt Taylor with 2 after lunch, Tom Price with 2 before lunch, and Jared Warner with his first class wicket. But chances were also spilled as well today, chances which may give Gloucestershire a bigger total to respond to than they might have thought. Emilio Gay made 44, but he was dropped when he was on 6. Proctor, who made 2, was also dropped, even though his innings was only 12 balls in length. And Gouldstone, who has 32, was dropped on 13. All those chances in the slips. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Gloucestershire will have a new ball, of course, in 9 overs and 2 balls time. So the bowlers will be fresh. They will have a new ball around the corner, and they will be looking to try and bowl out Northants for under 300 if they can. And the good thing, I suppose, is that Rossington and Goulston have to start again tomorrow, and that may be no bad thing, because Rossington today was positive when he came in, and he's made 66 off 87 balls with 10 fours, and he had much less trouble than some of the other batsmen.
Yeah, certainly. And I think the other thing is, in terms of the number of overs as well, you've got a period before the new ball where they're going to have to get themselves in, and then the new ball comes along where they have to potentially get themselves in against that as well. So at least from that perspective, Gloucestershire may feel like it didn't come at the worst time. And as you say, with Rossington and Goulston looking for the most part pretty decent, although they did edge, Rossington did edge the last 2 balls that we actually had today down to the third man boundary for 4. But yeah, I suppose it could have been worse from the timing point of view, but obviously in terms of achieving a result in this game, Gloucestershire would far rather be out there. Just before we do go, we'll talk a little bit about the Charlotte Edwards Cup and some unfortunate news for cricket in the region, in that the Western Storm have missed out on qualification for the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day thanks to net run rate. Unfortunately, they were able to win their game today, but Thunder collapsing in a heap against Northern Diamonds has meant that the Diamonds picked up a bonus point, and they are heading through to finals day. A shame, really, for the Western Storm, because they played some terrific cricket towards the end of the tournament. They won 3 games in a row, and you'd have hoped that they were on a roll towards finals day, but not to be. And unfortunately, that's their Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign over. So it'll be South East Stars, Southern Vipers and Northern Diamonds at Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day. That's on the 5th of September at the Ageas Bowl. And
talking of women's cricket, don't forget, of course, there is still an international to be held here at the Bristol County Ground this season. It's on Thursday the 16th of September, an ODI between England and New Zealand, and ticket details for that match are available on the Gloucestershire Cricket website. Thanks for your interaction today. I appreciate that it may be a busy day, other things to do on a bank holiday. Those of you back in the office tomorrow might appreciate the distraction of some cricket, dare I say. But we'll join you tomorrow at 5 to 11 for the resumption, where the weather forecast continues to say that we will not have any rain, so it will be a question of how Gloucestershire can bowl under these grey skies tomorrow with a new ball just around the corner. 2:32 for 5, Northants at the close. From Ed Seaborn, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And from Ian Randall and Shane and James and all the team here on the stream commentary from the Brightside, from the Bristol County Ground, goodbye.